Well, hello, and welcome back to episode 3 of Sword and Sorcery, Ancient Chronicles. I'm going to check my levels. All looks well, and I'm set up here for quest number 2 of our ongoing story. If you missed the first two parts, we had accomplished quest number 1 in part 1, and we did some story and adventuring in part number 2, and now we're back for the next quest. And this will be the first sort of quest we've done outside of the first one, which seemed mostly a tutorial. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen to our heroes in this next section of the game. And I got a little bit of admin as well. For those of you who are here on the last stream, you know I was being helped out by a Croatian viewer, Kresimir Kovac. Well, he kindly pointed out that when I checked the Emporium in episode 2, there's a little bit of story text I should have read. So we're going to go ahead and read that text right now and see if it would have made a difference. Also, I actually have a little bonus here on my elf character, which I'll show you right now, which I totally forgot to apply to the store. If we focus this camera, let's go ahead and focus it. There we go. Charm. This could have given me a discount on my stuff. So I'm going to roll to see if I would have got a discount, and then I'm going to give myself a little rebate because I'm still learning everything and I need all the crowns I can get. Crowns being the money. But also, apparently, I just kind of treated these shop like there was everything available, but maybe there won't be. I also have some unique item cards that may or may not appear when I go to the Emporium, which I think are part of the Kickstarter. But, you know, they're all so expensive and powerful, I don't think I could have afforded any of them anyway. So we'll probably just ignore those for now and look at them later. Hey, Eddie! Yes, starting on time! I know, it's a new era. Don't get used to it. Alright, so here we go. This is the... Oh, no, I forgot the... Hang on, I think I know the number of it. I just realized I forgot the Nilmerg board over there, but I'm pretty sure I remember where the... Yes, here we go. The Nilmerg Emporium. Okay, so... This is the text we missed when we went shopping at the end of the last episode. The village emporium is small and mainly focused on mining needs, yet there are several useful items for those who wish to survive in the Underrain. The party can visit the emporium, but they may only acquire the cheapest side of each item. Any raw scales and gem treasure cards can be sold here for 50 crowns. Well, that's fine, because we only bought some cheap-ass budget potions and bandages and things, and we don't have any raw scales or gems. All of this text makes me feel like we might revisit this location, but I'm not sure if that's possible in the core set. It might be possible in the Act 2. I can't believe this is just the first wave of the stuff, but anyway. Yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to roll for my charm ability. What I do is I get to roll soul rank divided by 2 blue dice, which is to say 1 blue die, and if I roll a hit, my first purchase costs 10 crowns less, which basically means if I roll a hit here, I can have a rebate of 10 crowns. So let's see if I can have that. I'm going to roll it here where you guys can potentially see it. It rolled right. No, it's still on camera. It's a shield. Well, I continue my trend of bad luck. No rebates for me. But that ends today as we enter into the Lost Caves? Where are we? Underground Caves. The Underground Caves. So, you can see here the Underground Cave, which I've sort of set up. And I was like, oh, it's tiny. I can fit this on my board. This isn't going to be a problem, like, at all. And then it's like, set aside these tiles for possible use later. So there's clearly plenty more we might be discovering in these underground caves. And quite potentially I'm going to run out of space on the table and have a logistical problem. But that's a problem for later, later in the stream. We're not going to worry about it right now. And so there's some story text that I should probably read first as we arrive here in the Lost Caves. I've done all the setup for the map. And, oh, I got the storybook here. I even bookmarked it. Yeah, this is another slightly logistical problem in that I probably really need to keep this open on the table the whole time. But I don't really have the room for it. But what we're looking for is spiders, because if you remember, we also got this venture card in town in the last one. So we need to kill 1 nest per hero, 1 giant spider per hero, and 2 venoms. And I know this Lost Cave is full of spiders because I had to set up a deck full of spiders. And there's also a nest right there on the board. Look, see it there? This is the miniature version that you get with the full Kickstarter, but you'll have a little cardboard standee if you bought this at retail. Anyway, there we go. So what we've got here is a story introduction as we arrive into the lost underground caves. Quest 2, A Starless Sky. As the heroes leave the stony hearths of Nilmberg behind, a maze of galleries stretches in all directions through these subterranean lands. Lands as wild and cruel as the savage predators that prowl every tunnel and crevice. Surrounded by the unknown and startled by the echo of sinister noises, the party has only one choice. They must explore the dark and gloomy caves of this forgotten world with a starless stone ceiling as its sky, seeking the road to the dread metropolis of Mantis. Man, by the way, I was looking at some of the examples of how combat AI works in this, in the rulebook, and I gotta say, Dread Mantis or whatever is right. Like, the enemies later in the game are super duper hard. I'm gonna have to, like, really up my game if I'm gonna compete with any of them. So, I'm gonna need my little help sheet out here as well. Give me the game sequence. Here we go. All my stuff. And you can see, actually, if we zoom in here, we can move over a bit and we can find... there's the map. And you can see we've made it from here at the God's Temple through Nilmberg Village and up to the underground caves up here. So our journey is progressing. I was wondering if there would be more, because I think I talked about last time how there'd be about, it seems that there's 9 quests, but I was wondering if there would possibly, and actually one of them is a forked path, so it looks like you'd only actually do 8 in total, but I was wondering if maybe there would be more. I also have no real concept of how long this quest will take, so we could be in it for the long haul. Let's press on and find out. We've got some new stuff on the board to talk about as well that I need to consider. So of course we've got a shadow token here. And this was set up from a pool of shadow tokens, actually, which is just over here by the camera. You can see there's 2 other shadow tokens there. So I don't know which one of the 3 shadow tokens I pulled this is, but it could be some devastating monster, or it could be not a devastating monster, just a harmless spider. And I've got an enemy spawn point here. There's our nest, which is a minion. I actually don't really know what the nest does. We can take a look at its card here, though, and find out. So, a nest minion, occult threat. This minion only counts as an enemy for the purposes of being targeted, attacking and defending. Each figure acts independently. Okay, so we can attack it and destroy it. Does it have hit points? It does. It's got 1 armor. It's got 6 health. If we kill it, we get 1 soul point and 5 crowns. It drops 5 crowns. Apparently, eggs suck up money. It also says here, breeding. At the beginning of each enemy turn, and when triggered, roll a single red die per nest. For each hit, spawn 1 venom, if available, in the area of the related nest. So venoms are the other minions. They're the little spiders that jump on you and poison you. It's also a chitinous structure. Ignores all body conditions except fire. Cannot move, but can be moved by the effects of bash or other powers. So we can smack it with our shield and send it rolling across the dungeon. Fragile. Reaction. If this minion suffers 4+ HP from a single attack, and when it dies, use acid vapors. Acid vapors. All characters in the area are attacked for 2 damage and 2 blue dice, with break and poison 1. I hate this. I hate this thing. Already I hate this thing. I hate break. Break damages your armor and you have to go into town to fix it. I don't have any armor. Actually, there's a fun question. If we get a break on our armor, which can only be fixed in town, then what happens if we swap our armor in the dungeon? I presume that the break is not passed over to the new armor. Just food for thought, I guess. While we traverse the underground caves. Well, with this in mind, we begin with a time phase, and I guess we might as well just progress, find out what's here under the shadow token, and fight the nest. We've got Maya here and Jean here, but I think Jean should go in first, and then Maya should follow after. And we've got some difficult terrain here. This means that this is slightly harder to traverse. Possibly it's a bit rocky as we enter into the cave mouth here. I think these tiles are meant to be this sort of the under rain soil. And this here is a cave mouth, and we're descending into the cave. There's a waypoint up here and a story event as well, which are just both going to have us looking at the Book of Secrets, various different chapters of it. Alright, so Jean, I guess, is going first. Let me just make sure I have nothing to do in the time phase. Clean up effects, powers refresh, cooldowns, resurrections, level ups, none of that. Not doing any of that. Just can't. So it's a hero turn. So Jean's going first. She's got 3 movement as per her card here. 3 movement on the bottom there. Right there. Bam. 3. So we're going to spend 2 to head into the difficult terrain. 1, 2. And then immediately our turn is stopped and we reveal the shadow token because now it's in line of sight. So let's find out what we got. Oh! Event creature. Right away. It's either good or bad. I have no idea. So this is put into a discard pile. And if we have to replace further shadow tokens, we'll draw them from here. And when all 3 have been used, we'll reset the deck, so to speak. But there should be something here that tells us... Quest enemy, yep. Book of Secrets. Chapter 2.12. Alright, we're straight into it. Yeah, Eddie, I would have thought logically that Break would stay on the original armor as well. And that's what I'm going to pretend is the rule until I hear otherwise, because it's better for me that way. Let's find out what our quest enemy here is. Oh, God. Quest enemy Shadow. Something in the darkness moves and twists. Roll 2 red die. A hero with dexterity may flip 1 die to the opposite face. A mystic hero or a hero with a torch in their inventory rolls +2 red dice. So I think that, unfortunately I have to roll with Jean because she's the active hero, which means we're rolling just 2 red dice here. Uh-oh. Well, we can roll them actually on the green screen down here because the red dice, fortunately, actually show up. Alright, here we go. He said, staring at 2 gray blobs. Alright, what have we got? We've got a goblin face, a lightning bolt, and a hit. Nothing, basically. We're looking for this sword and sorcery symbol, but I think it's quite rare, actually. Try as they might, the hero's gaze cannot pierce the darkness. A hostile creature jumps out of the shadows and blocks the way. Yet beyond the enemy, there is nothing else to see. Even if there seemed to be something there in the first place. Yet beyond the enemy, there is nothing else to see, even if there seemed to be something else there in the first place. Ooh, shadows. Spooky shadows. So we discard the token and we spawn 1 enemy in the area where the token was, and unless Jean can make a save, we're going to have to activate the enemy right away. So this will be one of our... We've already set up our enemy deck here as per the instructions of the game. It's just our 2 giant venomous spiders. So we're just going to see which spider comes out first. It's grassy... it's web spider. The spider with the webs. It drops crowns. So we assign this spider to Jean because it's her turn. So if you're playing a game with multiple players, Jean would sort of act for this spider, but also this is important because encounter cards on Jean's turn will prioritize activating the enemies assigned to her. So, now we're going to get a little spider token out here. I can reach. I can reach. There we go. And now Jean's going to make a save. So we're going to roll a blue die on this little camera here. And what we're looking for is a star. Show me a star. I'd really like a star. I did not get a star. I got a hit and a lightning bolt. So the spider's going to activate right away. Oh, you can't see that there. Okay. Maybe I need to find a better place to roll those. In any case, so the spider will activate. And now we're going to check its AI. This is already off to a great start. So, the spider is... So we check first the ranges. 0 is in the same space as. 1 or 2 is 1 or 2 away. And then plus is more than that from the nearest hero. So, in this case, we're 1 or 2 away from... We're actually 1 and 2 away from Jean and Maya. So you can see 1 and 2 here. Which I think means actually... no. So now what we're going to do is we're going to check... Because we're activating the middle behavior, and both enemies are... Or both heroes are targetable with the same behavior. We're going to check for a preference, which is in the top left here, which shows the hero with the fewest wounds. Because neither hero has taken any wounds, we're then going to move on to the second level of priority, which is the priority with the hero with the fewest hit points. So our spider's actually going to attack Maya because she has less hit points than Jean in total. So that's great. Yeah, it's a nasty looking little guy. He's like, do you know what he reminds me of? It's kind of like the aliens from the that movie, The Mist. Remember that movie with Thomas Jane, the Frank Darabont one? He kind of reminds me of the creatures in that a little bit. Yeah. Amazing that showed up actually on camera there because it is green. So that's I'll never quite understand the green screen technology here that's at play, but it seems to work well enough. So I won't tinker with it any further lest I break it. So, what we're going to get here is attack with web, and then if the victim is slowed and there are no other heroes in the area, you move to engage, use entropy, otherwise attack with web. So actually, I think in this case, it can't actually target Maya, and the reason I am thinking that is because she's out of line of sight. Oh, my enemy AI rules for this game are being put to the test, and already I'm failing, team. It is... The enemy targeting is quite tricksy. But I think once you get the hang of it, you'll know it... you'll be able to parse it very relatively easily. It's just that this is only my 3rd time, guys. Be gentle. And yes, so yeah, so the enemy I believe will target Jean actually because Maya is out of line of sight. Because there's actually no movement inherent on the behavior. So you can see it says attacks with web first thing. So because it couldn't attack Maya with web, Maya's out of line of sight. So we're going to attack Jean with web here, which is 1 hit and 3 blue dice. And if we roll a star, we apply slow. And that slow will go through no matter how much damage Maya takes. So we'll go ahead and roll our 3 dice here. Dun, 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 dun. Show me. Nice and normal rolls. Nothing scary or bad. Okay, this is not great. We've got 1 lightning bolt and 1 hit, and also 1 star and 1 hit, and then a shield, which is negligible. So the spider has done 3 wounds and also slowed Maya, which is just great. God, it's my turn as well. This is already terrible. I'm going to bookmark my thing here while I look for a slow token. So we're going to have to give poor Maya a slow token, which is this one right here. And there's this whole system of body conditions here on these diamonds. You can see they're numbered 1, 2, and 3, and it's for slow, blind, and stun, and they escalate in severity. And the reason they've used this diamond token that ticks around is to remind you that you can't be afflicted by more than one of these things at the same time. So if you would become blinded when you're already stunned, the blinded token's not applied because it's the same token as stun. And whenever you would receive a token you already have, because they don't stack, you instead take a wound or a hit point. The exception is fire, which does stack, and also if the token is a more severe version. For example, if you take 2 poison and you're afflicted with 1, the 2 poison replaces the 1 poison. And similarly, if you're on 2 on this and you take a stun, then you lose blindness and you escalate to stunned. So there's a whole system. I've been learning it so I can parse it reasonably well for all you folks. Thanks, Brian. I'm not entirely sure. I was generally losing my mind here. I'm not entirely sure what I was singing, but did it work? I don't think so. This is a nasty hit. So I've been slowed, and I'm going to take 3 damage. So we can see from Maya's armor over here that she does... where's my mouse? That she does block 1. So we got 1 armor here, and that means she blocks 1, and then we've got 2 blue dice that we can roll, and because we've blocked 1 hit, we've got 2 hits incoming, so we do get to roll 2 blue dice in defense here. And if we roll a lightning bolt, we can add a parry using the buckler, so effectively blocking the final 2 hits. So let's see what we go ahead and get. Ah, well that's great. We've actually rolled 2 shields, so that actually blocks the remaining 2 wounds. So we haven't actually taken any damage, but we have been slowed, which sucks. Let me read you what slowed does. It's somewhere here on this sheet. Heroes only only 1 activity is allowed during the hero turn. Oh, now this is an interesting case. I've already had my activity. Does that mean I don't get any more? It also says that slow is removed at the end of the activation. So effectively, do I just lose the rest of my turn now? Perhaps like it didn't help your turn. Damn it! Damn the dice song! It wasn't it was supposed to help my roll as well. Okay, so clearly the powers of the dice song need to be saved for me on my rolls. Alright, so I think this is really bad because I'm pretty sure, actually, now Jean can't really do anything else. Because, according to the rules of slow, I'm only allowed 1 activity on my turn, and I've already had 1 activity, which was move. So, I've got 1 point of movement left, and I guess I'll move into the space with the spider, because I don't know why I wouldn't spend my last point of movement to advance. Oh, is there more spider behavior? Actually, there is. There's more spider behavior. Things are only going to get worse from here. Okay, so, attack with web. Yes, we did that. If the victim is slowed, yes I am, and there are no other heroes in its area, which there are not, move to engage and use entrap. Otherwise, attack with web again. So entrap, the victim suffers knockdown, then, unless save, also suffers 1 hit point. Oh, this is already bad. So we move to engage, which is any amount of distance. Move to engage literally means put the enemy in the space with the hero. And now we suffer knockdown. Yep, we suffer knockdown. Blah. So we fall over. And then we suffer 1 hit point. Unless we can save. So we have to roll a star here. Show me a star. You can do it. I believe in you. It's not a star. My belief was misplaced. I need to get some better dice. I'm swapping. I got so many dice with this game. Look at this. It's nuts. I don't need this many. I'm going to randomize the dice so there's some different ones on top. There we go. Now I will have better luck. Okay, so that means that I guess now, can I even stand up? I think I need to dash to stand up from a knockdown. Dash is a form of movement where I can move extra points if I want to. It's an action activity, though. I don't think you can stand up. Can you stand up from a knockdown using regular movement? Is the question I'm asking you guys. Requires a dash or 1 point of movement. So, the thing is, I stand up from knockdown at the beginning of an activation. So that's really important, because when you're knocked down, you lose all your armor. Which is, I only have 1, but also I don't want to die. So I'm going to spend my final point of movement to stand up. And then I think that's actually the end of my turn, because slow prevents me from taking any further activities. So I'll just remove the token, because they go away at the end of my hero turn. And then it's actually time for the enemy turn, so the spider's just going to activate again. Potentially. What we're going to do is we're going to draw an encounter card and see what happens. Encounter. Activate all blue enemies. Otherwise, all engaged enemies perform an attack with their main weapon. Okay, so we're not going to get a full spider activation, but what we are going to get is a spider attacking with their main weapon. So discard this, and what is the main weapon? And we're also going to have to activate the nest. Let's activate that. 2 red die, and on a lightning bolt, inflict poison. This is a goddamn outrage. This game's just designed to make me look bad on my own YouTube stream. Alright, don't hurt me, Mr. Spider. Just don't roll a star. I wasn't allowed to have a lightning bolt. Don't roll any lightnings. I wasn't allowed a lightning when I wanted one. Or a star, or whatever. Oh, that looks like 3 lightnings or something. Focus. Alright, so that's 2 hits and 2 lightning bolts. So I'm hit for 2 and poisoned 1. Great. Oh my god, why couldn't you guys see into the dark? Next time, we're bringing that torch. I even said the torch was quite useful. Alright, so... where's the poison token? Okay, it's this one. You're poisoned now. Poison's actually pretty bad, but... at least I've got healing. Alright, so that's, what did I say? 2 hits. So I guess we're rolling for defense. We block 1 automatically, so we get 1 blue die to try and block the other. Alright, so we've rolled a star. A star?! That's 1 turn too late. And a hit. The star is worthless to us on defense, so we take 1 wound. My reshuffle of the green dice or the blue dice didn't help at all. Okay, but that's the activation of the spider resolve. So now we're going to activate the nest. So what does it do? At the beginning of each enemy turn, when triggered, Oh, so I should have probably done this already. Whoops. I'll do it now. Roll 1 red die per nest. For each hit we roll, spawn a venom. Well, at least we're going to complete that quest where we need to kill a bunch of crap really quickly. Really quickly. So that nest spits out 2 venoms. Do they activate immediately? Do venoms activate the turn they're spawned? Here are some venoms. They're the little. I think we actually saw some of these guys in the intro scenario, didn't we? So anyway, that's just great. And they appear up here. And then I guess I get the Venom Minion card. I guess, yeah, we check the card. And it says here at the At the end of each enemy turn, each venom moves up to 3 towards the closest hero. If before or after this movement, a venom is in the same area with a hero. If before or after this movement, place the venom on the hero sheet. In the case of multiple heroes, the venom chooses a hero without venoms to attach first, then uses a standard victim selection criteria. Once on a hero sheet, the venom can only be targeted as an enemy. A hero can spend a combat activity to defeat all venoms on the hero sheet of another hero in the same area. Great. So basically what's going to happen is now it's... So we resolved the nest, spawned the venoms, then we would have done the spider. Now we're back at the venoms because they activate at the end of enemy activation. And they're going to go 1, 2 over here. And then this one will go 1, 2, 3 over to Maya. And then they're going to jump on us like gross spider things and be like, I'm going to get... You can't really see this on camera, can you? I was trying to do a dramatic enactment of it jumping onto my chest. Ah! And then I have to put it over here on my character sheet to show that I basically have a venom attached to me now. I mean, the good news is they're only going to poison Jean, and she's already poisoned. The bad news is I think they might escalate it to rank 2. If I take a second poison 1, is it cumulative? I don't actually know. I'll have to check. In any case, I really don't want Maya to get poisoned, but also there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, good. This whole thing just began going horribly down. Should have stayed in Nilmerg and just lived out my days as a miner, a dwarven miner. XCB says, I have the first one of this game, but it hasn't been played in a while because it doesn't fit back in the box if I get it out. Hexybeast, this is part 2 of the game anyway. This is the Ancient Chronicles, so the follow-up to Immortal Souls. I never actually played Immortal Souls. So... I don't know, I've heard there have been some changes. But yeah, okay, so this is, we're getting murdered now. And so I guess that's the end of enemy activation, so we can flip over Jean's crystal here, and now we're on to Maya's turn. And hopefully I can kill this spider, and I can potentially pull the venom off of Jean if I have enough activities. And I'm just quickly going to check the rules there for the poison, actually, because there's no point in doing a combat activity to pull that spider off if poison doesn't stack. But actually, it occurs to me I might be better off trying to blast the venom anyway, because it's going to keep blast the nest, because it's going to keep spawning venoms anyway. Poisons don't stack. Poison effects do not stack. However, a greater rank poison replaces a lower one. Okay, fine. So sort of like I thought. You can't. So if you get 2 poison 1s, the second poison 1 just becomes a wound, because it doesn't stack. However, if you get poison 2, it replaces poison 1, and that's bad because it's actually quite hard to get rid of poison. Fortunately, I do have some healing that'll hopefully help me to survive it. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to worry too much about line of sight right now, Eddie, because Jonathan, because the map's very small. But I think it'll be getting bigger and we'll be suffering logistical issues. Anyway, here's my plan. I'm trying to think, what's the maximum damage I can do with Thunderstrike? The maximum damage I can do with Thunderstrike is 3. The maximum damage I can do with the Wand of Darts, though, is kind of 2. But maximum damage I can do with the knife is also 3. So whatever happens, I'm going to have to blast this spider twice. So maybe I start trying to make some damage to the nest. It's got 6. I'm not going to kill it yet. But what I can do is maybe kill this spider, move into Jean's space, and blast the nest for more damage. And at least I'm making some progress there. So let's do that. I'll show you how I'm going to do it. So we'll move over to Maya's board here. Oop. And I'll get that red die as well out of there. And if Maya doesn't roll a double hit, I'll be cross because I just managed to roll a double hit for the nest. How is it I'm only rolling well for the enemies? It's sod's law, isn't it? So I'm going to use the Thunder Strike to blast the spider. And because this is an action activity, it doesn't... I can do it during movement or before movement or after movement, whenever I want, basically. So it's going to do 1 red die and 1 blue die of damage. And, you know, if I roll a star and a lightning bolt, I can do AoE, which is nothing. Meaningless. So, let's go ahead and see what we get here. Come on! Show me. Cujo Painting says, Fantasy Flight really knocked it out of the park with this one. What you talking about, Cujo Painting? This ain't Fantasy Flight. This is Ares Games, and actually, they're the publisher. But it's sort of it's designed by someone else, a little public design studio called Gremlin Project, who I think only do sword and sorcery. All right, here we go. Show me all the hits, please. Oh, come on! I got a goblin face on the red one. That's like the worst. That's like a miss. God damn it! This is enraging. Okay, so I've done 1 hit and 1 star, which is meaningless. But I do 1 damage to the spider. Where's his card gone? Right, it's over here. There we go. 1 damage on the spider, and I think that's it. Because he has no armor, so he doesn't get to protect or anything. Let me just check his character, his sheet here. Yeah, there's no armor, so he doesn't have any armor or any way to defend against that. So he just takes 1 damage. But so the thing is now, Thunderstrike goes into cooldown, and because it only goes into cooldown 1, it just flips over like that. But well, here's a cool thing that I didn't realize. You remember the first quest, I was bemoaning that I'd taken meditation, and it wasn't useful because the cooldown on this was only 1 tick anyway. But here's the cool thing. What I can do is actually I can use meditation right now to shift my talent 1 forward, which basically means I can actually use Thunderbolt again right away, only because Maya has 2 action activities. So I use meditation to refresh this right away, and then I use her second action activity to play it immediately, which is actually a really cool combo I had no idea I'd set up. And meditation goes on a 3-time cooldown, so it'll be a few turns before we can double tap this again, but I think now is the time to do it before things get too out of hand right away. So here we go, 2 more dice. I don't think I'm going to get to kill this spider now, though, which is a real bummer because I needed to get lucky. Well, I thought 2 would be reasonable expectation from these 2 dice. Clearly, I'm trying to get my head around. I rolled 2 hits on 1 dice just moments ago. Ugh. It's another miss. What are the odds of these goblin heads? Oh my god, 1 in 8. The odds of rolling 2 goblin heads like that is super low. This is not okay. So he's taken 2 damage. So I guess I'm actually not going to get a chance to blast the nest at all. But what I can do is, I guess, get some movement on the go. And I might as well, because there's not... there's no reason not to. So what I'll do is I'll move 1, 2 into here because of the hindering terrain. And then I have to move out of the space. And because there's an enemy there, we... oh, do you know what? I'm so foolish. I'm so foolish. Here's where you need to learn how to play the game, folks. If I'd actually moved into this space before using my Thunderstrike, which is an attack, we would now be dominating the area, which means that I could have added a hit to each strike on the spider. Because domination, we have to have twice as many figures as there are enemies. So I could have had 2 extra hits and the spider would be dead now if I'd moved in first. Okay. Listen, chat. You gotta help me. You gotta help me with this. This game's a lot. It's got a lot of overhead, okay? I'm not gonna be able to remember smart stuff. Remind me about domination. I was about to say, because I can move 2 in here, and then I can move out here as a free evade, because we have domination of the area. Which then reminded me, of course, that I could have just exploited domination to kill the spider. I think with this in mind, let's actually stay in the area so we don't lose domination, and then just attack it with our Wand of Darts. At least this way we can add a damage with the Wand of Darts. Okay, so now we're dominating the area. We get +1 hit. We can actually put out a little token here to remind us that we've got +1 on this attack if we want to. There's all kinds of little tokens to help you track this stuff. Okay, so what are we attacking with? Actually, do you know what? Let's attack with the knife. Yeah, let's attack with the knife, because we're at range 0 now anyway. So we don't really need the Wand of Darts. Yeah, look at that. Well, we've rolled 3 hits. And we've also got a lightning bolt, so we can... Well, it doesn't matter. The spider's got no armor. I was going to say we can activate lethal too, but the spider is no more. So, that's... we've just rolled 3. Yeah, because of domination. We could have actually used this lightning bolt to go up to 4. I could have killed it in 1 shot and then had the thunder strike left to blast at the nest, and... Oh my god! It's a learning experience, guys. We're going to have to learn these tricks because the game's going to get really hard really quickly. I think... I remember they said that the... I was talking about this in the last episode, actually, because Chrisimir was talking about it as well, saying that the difficulty curve of the first game was all way off, so that it actually got easier towards the end of the campaign, and the first 2 quests were the hardest. So they've tried really hard to fix that. And looking at the enemy behaviors later on, it looks absolutely nuts. So... right, what did that enemy drop? 5 coppers? 5 crowns. That ain't no good. But we can pick that up as a free action. So we might as well pick that up right away. I have a feeling that spider's going to be back, so we'll put it there. But we can make a little note here on our quest card as well, that we've killed 1 giant spider. If the venoms die poisoning us, do we count as having defeated them, or do we have to defeat them before they actually get us? Is that even possible? You see, the venoms have this trigger that says infection. At the end of each event phase, they suffer poison act for each venom on their hero sheet. All venoms on hero sheets are then discarded. But I guess that doesn't count as defeating them. I guess that counts as being infected. So we need, we still 4 venoms. How are we going to get 4 venoms? I need them to just be walking around. They're so fast. Or just be hanging around. They're so fast. Oh my god. In any case, that's the end of Maya's turn, because she moved, she did a combat, she's done her activities. So now it's the enemy phase, and I'm going to roll again for the nest. I swear to god, nest, if you spawn 2 more of these things, I'm going to be so mad at you. 1 more venom is spawned. Okay. Okay. God, this is brutal. So you get 1 more venom in here, and then that venom will trigger in the enemy phase. What's going to happen here exactly? In the case of multiple hero, it chooses once a... So it's gonna follow standard victim selection criteria, so it's gonna come and attach to Maya, because she has fewer hit points than Jean. And actually, this would be a good opportunity to take out 2 venoms if Jean was going now and had a combat activity, but she doesn't, because she already went, and it's the end of the turn, and so now we're moving into the event phase. When does the infection trigger? At the end of the event phase. Fine. So The first thing that happens is we're going to reveal the top card of the event deck, which I've built here, and I've constructed it as per the quest's construction rules. Although I've tried very hard not to read any of these cards, so I don't know what they do. Although maybe I should have read them, because then I could at least prepare a little bit for them, on account of the fact that it's not got off to a great start. Evil Brood. Oh no. 3 minus heroes. Spawn 1 nest. 4 plus heroes. I guess that's 3 or less heroes? Four or more heroes spawn 2 nests, then each nest uses breeding. What is this shit? Okay. So I guess I'm spawning a nest, which just is going to pop up here in the nest space next to the spawn point. And then all nests will use breeding. Seeing as they're in the same space, I can roll these dice together. Well, at least this will give me a chance to actually kill some venoms and complete my quest. So, So normally you have to roll one at a time because the venoms spawn in the space with the nest, and that's important. But because they're in the same space, I can roll these dice together. Whee! Oh, they're slightly out of focus. What did I get? 2 venoms. Okay. There's going to be so much poison. I think I might just get, like, literally gassed to death. Spiders are stalking Chris across his board game collection. What are we talking about? Was Chris having a problem with spiders? Is this one of our in-jokes that I've legitimately forgotten? Yeah. So 2 more venoms out there. And unfortunately, they're not going to act until the end of the next enemy activation phase. Oh, I didn't even put a crystal out for Maya. Maya needs a crystal for me to flip. Where'd it go? Oh, hey, look, Jonathan, I'll take the 2 hits. It could have been 4, you know, given how unlucky I've been. So there's Maya's crystal there, and we just flip it to show that she's been. Okay, I need to come up with like actual strategies. I also need to learn how to use Maya's illusions. She's got these illusions, and I don't really know how to use them because the rules for companions are complicated, and then the rules for illusions are actually like exceptions to the normal rules for companions. And I was like, help! Activate all illusions in play. If there are no illusions in play, before activating, summon one illusion of rank 1 in your area. If there are no illusions before activating. So I can summon an illusion and then activate it using summon sparkles. Okay. So what do the illusions do? 1 hit point. Moves 3. Mirror image. For each illusion in Maya's area, you must roll a blue die. If shield, kill one of those illusions to ignore an attack against Maya. Displacement. For each illusion in the target enemy's area, all of Maya's attacks against the targeted enemy inflicts 1 wound. Cannot be ethereal. Cannot be directly targeted by enemies, but they can be. This is interesting. This is how gritty these rules get. Okay, because if you remember, I stated earlier that when an enemy kills a hero, they actually level up. They gain one of these enemy power cards, which are used to note enemies with sort of special abilities. So you get some enemies just inherently have enemy powers, and sometimes they come out when there's what's called a champion enemy. Enemies can have up to 3 enemy power cards. There are 3 different types, and they can have 1 of each type. So you keep drawing till you get 1 of a type they don't have. And the thing is, an enemy can kill an illusion indirectly using AoE or something like that. And if it does so, then it gets to level up because it's killed a hero figure, which is nuts. So I guess it can be a bit of a double-edged sword, but because they don't because none of these enemies seem to have AoE attacks, I think I'm fairly safe using my illusions at this stage. So maybe we'll give that a shot in my next hero phase. But for now, it's time to go back to the time phase. And so we're going to start... Oh no! First we're going to do venoms. At the end of the event phase, each venom becomes poison. So this venom over here on Jean is going to become poison 1. Jean's already got poison 1, so she's just going to take a wound. So we'll flip that over to 2. Venom goes back in the box. Maya, the first venom becomes poison 1 on Maya. And then the second venom becomes poison 1, which deals 1 wound to her, because she can't stack poison 1 tokens. Okay. Okay. What am I doing here? Right, we're back. So now we're back to the time phase. Effects cleanup. Yep, none of that. Powers refresh, so we can have Thunderstrike back. And then what we'll do is we'll tick Meditation over, so that's on its way back. And then Soul Enhancements and Resurrection. We don't have any of that, so we're right back to the hero's turns. And so I think I'll probably go first with Maya this turn, actually. And what I'm thinking is we will start our turn, because we've got 2 activity actions, but what we don't have is double tap Thunderstrike. Here's what I'm thinking. We should summon an illusion, and then send it to stand in the space with all the enemies. And then we should blast the area with Thunderstrike, and hopefully we'll get the ability to create an AoE, which would be great. I would love that. But there's no real way of trying to help make that happen, so we just kind of... Oh! First, effects cleanup, we have to apply poison damage. Right, so let's resolve the poison, actually, during effects cleanup. So, for poison, we each take a hit point. So, Maya goes up to 2 damage now, and we deal 1 more damage to Jean. And then we get to roll a save to see if we get rid of the poison. So we might as well start with Maya. She's got a slightly better save than Jean, so fingers crossed. Here we go. So we're looking for a shield here. Hey! Nice job, Maya. So Maya actually is no longer poisoned. For the time being. We'll see how long that lasts with all these venoms on the board. Come here, die. And so Jean needs a star to save. Come on, Jean. Nope. I rolled a shield, so nothing. Okay, so now back to Maya's turn. So we'll use Summon Sparkles to summon an illusion here in our space. Do you think, how will they know which one's the real me? And then our illusion. This is our illusion, by the way, if you wanted to see it. Oh, you can't. Sorry, I was going to show it to you, but too bad. Nope. There we go. It looks just like us. Spitting image. So, we're going to go 1, 2, up to here, as per our... because we get to activate the illusion. And that's it. That's all it does. And now it just stands there. It's got 3 movement. It doesn't contribute to domination or anything like that. And now it's just going to stand there and look threatening, I guess. But if we attack something in its space, we can do +1 hit. So I'm going to attack one of the nests. We might as well make it the closer nest. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to start by attacking it with my Thunderbolt and Thunderstrike. And fingers crossed, what's going to happen here is we'll get the AoE damage. We need a star and a lightning bolt for this, though. So odds are not good, but you know, you never know, right? Damn it. So we have managed to do 2 damage. And we can add 1 damage for the illusion. And I think that's it. I think that's... Oh, we can knock down the... We can knock down the nest. I don't think that's... Oh, it does actually have armor. I presume that you can apply knockdown to a minion. This has never come up in my readings. And he's like, yeah, just imagine what's going to happen once we actually have to start fighting actual things. Yeah, so far it's like, I've encountered a nest of spiders and it's more than I can handle. Get them off. It's gross. I'm actually going to be killed by the tiniest, weakest enemies in the game. Where? Ancient Chronicles is too hard. Okay. Minions. Can they suffer body conditions? Can they be knocked down? They are not considered enemies by other characters, except for the purpose of being targeted and defending. Yeah, but this one has armor, and knocking it down would be useful. So, qu'est-ce que c'est? Enemies use the same body conditions tokens as heroes. They're not considered enemies by other characters. Oh, this is ambiguous. Can one poison it? I mean, it does say that a nest can be set on fire, right? Didn't it say that... Oh, doesn't it say something on here about that? They're immune to stuff. Ignores all body conditions except fire. There you go. It says it on the card. So, no, it can't be knocked down, but it can be set on fire. Right, I don't have anything that can set it on fire, though. So I guess we just do 3 damage and move on with our lives. We did, no, we do 2 damage. Damn it. Also, I guess, I don't know, I don't have a card for the nest, so I guess I'll just put it there. Next to the figure. Okay. Great. 2 damage. Can I do anything else? That's useful. Flip over Thunderstrike because I used it. I mean, I guess we might as well just use our Wand of Darts to target the nest. Okay, here we go. Wand of Darts. It's just 2 blue dice. It's a complete whiff. Total miss. Not entirely true. I get to add 1 hit because of my illusion. That gets cancelled out by its armor because I couldn't knock it down. Man, I'm not doing well with these dice. I need more dice. My weapons are trash. I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so now it's the, now it's... I've got movement. Can I hide behind Jean? Save me, Jean. Save me. Oh my god. Maya's gonna die. Maya's gonna die for sure. Oh my god. That's the end of the quest. He couldn't get into the dungeon. Okay. I guess I just need to blast in there and kill this nest, or else everything's going to get worse. Incidentally, if anyone wonders how we fail this, we either get to the bottom of the event deck or everyone dies. Okay. Well, it's the enemy activation now, and I think we're just going to have the same activate. Well, we're going to roll for the nests first, actually. Getting stuck on the board there, pieces. Oh my god, these nests are horrible. Yeah, we can roll in here. Oh, that doesn't look good. That's 2 more venoms. Which I think is going to be 2 venoms per person. Now, because now at the end of the enemy phase, the venoms will activate. They're just going to come racing forward like a horde of horrible, nasty things. And we're going to get 1 jumping on each character, I think. No, that's not quite right. The first one jumps on either of them. It doesn't matter. Because the second one jumps on the other person. And then after that, they prioritize according to standard criteria. Wait. In case of multiple heroes, the Venom chooses a hero without Venoms first, then standard criteria. So the remaining 2 are actually both going to jump on Maya, because she has the lowest hit points. So Maya winds up with 3 Venoms attached to her. Alright, cool. Cool. No problem. We got this. Right, and that's the end of enemy turn. So now it's Jean's turn. And I think I'm going to have to use my combat activity to just clear all of the venoms off of Maya. I mean, as much as I really want to run into the space with the nest, I think that would be I think that would be a bad move, because I mean, it's going to be, these things are going to spawn potentially 2 more or up to 4 more venoms anyway. I mean, I've got 3 damage on me. I only have 7 health. Maya's only got 4 though. So I have to use my combat activity to kill all 3 of these. And I guess I get to put 3 down on my little chart here, which is good, but that's, I mean, I'd rather be not dying than succeeding at the venture card, you know what I mean? I don't even know when I'm next gonna get to turn this in or whatever. But anyway. Oop, we lost YouTube. Come back, YouTube. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so that's my combat activity done, but I can still move into action activities. So Jean's gonna then move 1 forward, because I don't see why she shouldn't. It doesn't matter at this stage. And then all I've got left is my, oh god, who do I heal though? I'm going to take another wound from this venom. 1 venom on Maya's probably okay. So, provided they don't spawn 3 venoms, Maya lives. If they spawn 3 venoms, Maya will literally die. And I don't know how to bring her back because there's no shrines. Okay. So, Kuja says, "Do you have a cameraman, or are you controlling it with your feet?" I have auto tracking on the camera, Kuja, for these live streams because, you know, when I reach over to get the pieces, you know, and things like that, I'm just constantly going out of frame otherwise. Or when I put my head down like this and things like that. There's so much movement involved with playing the board games like this. Like, I don't need it for the video games when we do BGA and it takes up so much processing power for this tracking camera. I can't actually run it in Tabletop Simulator at the same time because TTS is so badly optimized. But I mean, some people don't like it. They find it a bit disconcerting, and I can fully appreciate that. But it's when I first started the live streaming, And I was constantly checking to see if I was in shot in the insets here, and I was constantly out of shot. Like, it was really difficult to I couldn't keep my head still enough to be in shot and also play the game. So this is, I think, the best possible compromise. I think hopefully they'll come out maybe with some better versions of it, maybe some that are a bit less uncanny valley. But for the meantime, I think this is the best we got, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to have a cameraman. That'd be great. Okay. It's hot under these lights. All right, here we go. We are an hour in, and we haven't managed to do much of anything yet. Okay. So, right, so Jean's going to use her Lay on Hands ability, which is heal, act, hit points to target hero. You can also choose to discard... Oh, heal, act HP to target hero. Oh, I thought this would be better. You know, screw that then. Act HP is 1. That's dreadful. I don't have a Dome of Resistance, so I guess we'll use Healing Wave, because why not? It's heal 1 plus soul rank over 2 HP, so that's 2. But we can also remove the poison that we've got. I mean, we're going to get more poison anyway, but all of the poison we take is going to become hit points, so it's kind of all the same kind of deal. So this goes into cooldown too. Besides, if we use this now, it's going to come off cooldown sooner. So we can remove our poison and 2 damage, so we're on 1 damage. So Jean's definitely going to live, but if we spawn 3 Venoms, Maya will die, which is bad. So I guess let's find out what happens. Hexy says, I demand an Arnak rematch on the snake board. Yeah, Jonathan, let's do an Arnak rematch. I'd be well up for that. Cujo says he does live stream painting. Oh, that's cool. Cujo Painting, I guess, is his channel on YouTube. And yeah, he says it's just a nightmare to stay in frame. Here we go. What did I get? Please not 3. Focus. Reveal my fate. It's 2. Maya lives 1 more day. Oh no, she's not. She's gonna die. Because I forgot that. I forgot that the Venoms will target the lowest hit points first. So the first Venom will go on Maya because she hasn't got one. The second Venom will go on Maya because she has the lowest hit points. All right, I'll tell you what, guys. For the give me a little retcon here because I am still learning. What I'll do is I'll keep all of the damage on Jean because she can still hack a bit of damage, and I'll keep Healing Wave, and I'll actually use Lay on Hands before I leave Maya's space to heal her for 1 damage, so that she won't be completely wiped out immediately. And then we'll spawn 2 more Venoms here. And they'll both run right past Jean and attach to Maya. And that's the end of that hero phase. So we're into the event phase. And we start off by removing the Evil Brood card. We don't flip over a new one yet. And then at the end of the event phase, these 2 become poison. So it's poison 1 and a damage. And this one becomes a damage. Yikes. Becca, it's not going well. As you can see, Maya's on 1 hit point. And only thanks because I gave myself a little backseat. Call it a tiny little backseat there. And Jean is almost dead as well. And I haven't even begun to start destroying these nests yet. I've got 1 on 2 hit points. It's bad. It's definitely bad. And we're back to the time phase, which begins with damage. So unfortunately, we can start over here with Maya, where the poison deals 1 damage to her. So now she's on 1 hit point, and we're gonna roll to see if she can save against the poison, which she does. She's actually not bad at that. And then I guess we'll check Jean as well. So Jean's on 4 damage. So she goes up to 5 damage, which is also dangerously close to death, quite frankly. And then we roll to see if she can save against the poison, which she probably can't. She's dreadful at it. Nope, she fails. Okay. Powers are fresh, so we get to have... only Maya's got stuff on cooldown. So we get to have Thunderstrike back, and we tick over Meditation to the final position. Okay, so I think for the time being, I need to focus on trying to take at least 1 nest out by range, because if you're in the space with it when the nest is destroyed, it also does... I mean, and this is kind of the... like... I think once 1 nest is destroyed, Maya can maybe go... Jean can maybe go in and take out the other nest. But... the nest is... it does 2 hits plus 2 blue dice with break and potential poison. So I'm looking at, like, potentially 5 damage if I'm in the space with it when it's killed. Which, of course, would be... and it's... yeah. Which would, of course, be absolutely crushing. It would one-shot Maya. Maya, you need more hit points. You're the first one I'm leveling up. These 4 hit points are no good. So what I'll do is I'll start by moving Maya 1 space forward, like this, just so she can be in the same space with Jean. Jean can use her range 0 abilities if necessary. And... then I think we just attack again. So we'll start with Thunderstrike. We're attacking the damaged nest, the closer one. And so we've got +1 from the illusion here as well. So +1 to this roll. So that's 3. Which leaves the nest on 1 hit point, which is kind of a bummer, but... oh, sugar! But we have triggered AoE. Look at that. We've got a star and a lightning bolt. So we've triggered AoE. Oh, no, it won't leave it on 1 hit point because it has armor 1. So actually, the nest will take... this nest will take 2 damage, putting it on 4. These things are really tough. But the other nest will take 1 damage, because unfortunately the bonus only applies to the target. For each illusion in the target enemy's area, all Maya's attacks against the target enemy inflict +1 damage. Do I roll again for AoE then? Uh-oh. Excuse me, I've never done AoE before. It's very exciting. I did read the rules for it, but then I forgot how they do the damage. It allows an attack or effect to affect not only the primary target, but all other targets of the same faction in the same area, and in some cases adjacent areas, depending on the numeric range of the AoE. AoE effects don't stack, that's fine. In all cases, the attacker rolls the dice only once, while each defender defends the attack separately. That's interesting. So it refers to all targets of the same faction in the same area. So therefore, are they all targets? Displacement. For each illusion in the target enemy's area, all Maya's attacks against the targeted enemy inflict +1 damage. So I think now that it's an AoE, it targets both nests, so they're both targeted enemies. That's going to be my interpretation because it works in my favor, and I feel like I need a break. But Kresimir, if you're watching this in the future, please do let me know whether or not that's the correct interpretation. And chat, I'll try and remember to look that up between streams, but I probably will forget. So it's 3 damage to each one, but they have armor 1 each, so it's going to be 2 damage to each nest. There we go. So 4 on the one in the front, 2 on the one in the back. That was actually really good. I kind of needed that, honestly, because this isn't going well otherwise. And so now we've got the Wand of Darts, which we're going to use against the closer nest. So we do get +1 damage again from the illusion. But if this blows up the nest, it'll kill the illusion, which is kind of fine. I can actually summon... Oh, and we have to flip over Thunder Shift as well. Kuja Painting says, this game seems pretty decent. I'm not going to lie, it was a total... oh, this should be face up. I actually keep forgetting to use the crystals. It was an undertaking to go through the rulebook. And what you've seen here is not a whole lot of the rules for the game, but once I'd gone through the rulebook and understood how the game was played, I was quite excited to play it. I felt like it would be good. Jury's still out. I'll let you know once I played it a bit more how I feel about it. But so far, I'm quite enjoying it, although all I've done so far is bash some eggs. So, we'll see. Come on, I really need 3 hits here. It's so unlikely. I mean, I need to roll 2 hits. I need 3 in total. Oh, come on, Maya, please. I believe you can do it, Maya. Damn it! So that's a miss. And this is a star and a hit. Oh! It doesn't matter. Damn it. Because we can apply... Oh, no! Oh! Am I back? I think OBS just dropped connection there for a moment. Okay, so this is important about keywords. I will explain using the example of the knife and the wand. This is something else you must remember. This is an important lesson for those of you who don't know the game. So, here's the deal. You have to learn all the keywords like slow and all that kind of business. Now you see here I've got lethal on the Wand of Darts, which I've just used, and lethal 2 on the knife. Okay, so lethal means that your hits bypass armor. They actually also prevent enemies from rolling dice in defense as well. Magic armor can block lethal hits, but we are not talking about magic armor right now because no one got it. Actually, Maya has 1 magic armor. Oops, I should have put that out for her. We'll deal with that later. The point is, it wouldn't have come. It's not been important yet. No, it hasn't been important yet. But lethal allows hits to bypass regular armor and also blue defense dice and parry as well. Lethal 2 means that once you're done determining the amount of hits from the attack, so in the case of the knife, I would roll the 2 blue dice, and then I would, if I got a lightning bolt, be able to make a number of hits that I've achieved up to 2 lethal. So if let's say, for example, I focused the attack. Focus is an action activity you can do to add 1 hit to your attack. So if I focused with the knife, I'd get 2 blue dice plus 1. And if both blue dice came up hits, I'd have 3 hits. If I'd also achieved a lightning bolt, I could spend the lightning bolt to purchase lethal 2, which would make 2 of the 3 hits lethal. So those 2 hits would bypass all enemy armor, and then the 3rd hit would be defendable. So any enemy armor would block it, or if the enemy had any blue dice, if they didn't have armor to block it, they would roll a blue die in defense. Remembering that you only ever roll blue dice up to either your maximum number in defense. You only ever roll blue dice in defense up to the maximum number of incoming hits, or your maximum number of available blue defense dice, whichever is less. So what's notable, the reason I got excited there was because the Wand of Darts has lethal with no numerical value, which means that you can actually spend a star to make the entire attack lethal. So lethal 1 would mean 1 hit becomes lethal. Lethal 2, 2 hits are lethal. Lethal 3, 3 hits are lethal. Lethal unspecified, like on the Wand of Darts, all hits are lethal, which means that I can actually spend the star here to make both of these hits lethal, which means we can bypass the nest's armor, thus dealing to the nest the final 2 hits we need in order to destroy it. That's clutch. Okay. Bam! 1 down. And as a result, all characters in its area... Oh, that's interesting. All characters. Are minions characters? I mean, I'll tell you right now, the illusion is definitely a character, so the illusion is killed. I don't know if a minion is a character. I mean, a character is actually refers to, like, basically everything. Basically everything is a character. And then characters are divided into heroes and enemies and all kinds of things like that. Uh-oh. It doesn't say character here in the index. That's no good. I don't think the nest would blow up other nests with acid vapors. Fragile. If this minion suffers 4 plus HP from a single attack, and when it dies, use acid vapors. Right, so it never suffered 4 damage, but it is suffering acid vapors. So that is why I'm just looking to see if minions count as characters. I don't think so. If only because it would seem weird in this instance for the other nest to take damage from this nest. But also, if you'd asked me before I had to work out this scenario. They are not considered enemies by other characters. All their characteristics... in game turns, even if they're not enemies, they follow most of the standard enemy rules. Blah, 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 blah. Oh god, it doesn't really specify. Sorry, guys, for the delay here. The word character may indicate any hero, companion, enemy, familiar, or minion. Well, there we go. So minions are characters. I'm now reading the card to see if it says these things are immune to their own attacks. Ignores all body conditions except fire. This minion only counts as an enemy for the purposes of being targeted, attacking, and defending. Each figure acts independently. The minion only counts as an enemy. Yeah, but it also counts as a character. Acid vapors. All characters in the area. Yeah, I can only believe that the nest actually explodes and hits the other nest. Which feels a little weird to me, but I also can't see anything in the rules that tells me that doesn't occur. Alright, then. I guess I'll roll for damage. So this is 2 hits plus blue dice against the other nest. It's got break as well, so it could even break the other nest shell. But it's also got poison, which won't affect the nest because that's a body condition. Well, that's fine. I've blanked out again. So all that happens is it does 1 damage to the other nest. Watch me now. The next time I run in there and kill something, that's going to explode and cause like 5 damage and immediately destroy me. Doug says, doesn't count for domination. Doug, you're talking about the illusion. The illusion doesn't count for domination, but it does give Maya bonuses to her attacks. In any case, I've got... I've got one action activity left with Maya, and I'm very much considering using the small bandages on Jean because she's badly hurt, and um I don't really want to stand around here taking any more damage. And I feel like Jean's gonna have to run in there and smack this other nest. It's taken me so long to get through this one thing right at the start here. But I'm gonna chalk it up to bad luck. Things can only go uphill from here, right? So I'll spend the small bandages as my final action here, so I just discard those. Back to the emporium, I think. And we heal 2 damage here. I meant the nests, that's why the clarification on the scroll. Yeah, that's true. The nests don't count towards domination, but also, I mean, I don't think any minions, at least none of the minions in the base game count towards domination. But I'm not really worried about that. What I'm worried about is going into the space with the nest. Like, you know, Jean runs in and hits it, and then it explodes, and it breaks her armor, and it kills her. Or it breaks her armor and damn near kills her. So I get rid of the poison, and I get rid of 2 health, so she's on 3. So I think that taking it out at range is the safe bet, and unfortunately, it's slow, but it's the way we got to play it for now. So, yeah, so that's the end of Maya's turn. She's used all of her activations. She's only moved 1 space. I mean, we could move 2 more spaces straight across to here and trigger this waypoint. But I don't know what the waypoint's going to be. And I'd like to heal Maya before she runs forward and potentially does something bad happens. She's got 1 hit point. So with that in mind, let's start Jean's turn. And Jean's got 4 health left. And I feel like taking out that nest is... well, actually, no, it's not Jean's turn. First, Maya's got to flip her gemstone, and then we got to roll to see if we spawn a venom. Yeah, it looks like we got 1. It looks like venom and a lightning bolt. Yeah, so 1 venom. And then the venom will activate. It's going to move in here. It's going to target someone without a venom. It's going to target the person with the lowest hit points, which is, of course, Maya. So I think what we'll do then is... oh, and I got to have a nest here on my venture sheet. I'm actually... if I fight 1 more giant spider in this dungeon, I'm probably going to have completed my quest by the end of this. If I live. Okay. Yeah, and I think I have to get that off of her as well, actually. So rather than... because if I break Jean's armor, I'm in so much trouble. So here's what we'll do. Jean uses her combat action to take out the venom. Oh, we're going to get another venom, though. That thing's almost certainly going to spawn it. And then it's going to attach itself to Maya anyway. But all I have to... I mean, if it spawns 2, we'll get 1 on each character. So there's not that much threat in that sense. Huh. I'm just thinking about next turn, and I'm thinking maybe if both characters, because Maya still had 2 points of movement. Oh, but then I'll trigger the waypoint, and I can't choose not to. But I could move into the space with the nest. There's no harm in being in the space with the nest, other than I have to move out before Acid Vapors is triggered. No, I don't think there's a way to make this sensible. So we kill off this venom using Maya Jean's combat action, and that gets us the 4 actually. So we've actually completed this section of our card here. So we can just put a tick in this box. Done. And then we'll use Healing Wave, I think, on Maya to heal her for 2. So that goes on to cooldown for 2. And then that's pretty much it. Because that's all of our activities. And all we can do left is move. And I don't really fancy triggering that. And there's no point in moving in here. So, there we go. I mean, I'm hoping this is just like, have some treasure. But if it's like, there's a healing spring that heals all of your problems, I'm going to be cross. Because I could have really used that before I triggered all my abilities to heal myself. Anyway, it's time for another enemy turn. 1 venom. Is this going to attach to Maya? 4, 3. It will. So it attaches itself to Maya. She's going to get poisoned and hurt, but at least she won't die. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and... So that's Jean's turn resolved as well. So we're into the event phase. Please be gentle. It's my first stream. I'm nervous. Night. Read and apply the night event effects described in the storybook. Shift all used cooldowns back 1? Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's a huge problem. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. This is a problem because literally everything's on cooldown. And now I was going to get both of these back next turn, and now I'm going to have to wait 2 turns to get either of them back. This is now on a greater cooldown than it even has normally. Oh, bummer. And that's going up to cooldown 3. Oh god. Okay, after I kill this nest, the game better give me like a little break. I changed my mind. Bring back the healing spring. Alright, now we gotta go into the storybook and check out the rules for night. What is that even? Is that listed here? Where's my bookmark? Story event 1, 2, 3. Waypoints. Read and apply the night event effects described in the story. Oh, described in the storybook. This is the storybook. I thought I was looking at the Book of Secrets. Well, what happens at night? Is it here in the start of the book? Ooh. Because it doesn't describe anything, does that just mean night doesn't have any special effects right now? Other than messing up my cooldowns? Do other scenarios have rules for night? I don't think so. Alright, I'm gonna quickly check the rulebook here, because this is confusing to me. Night and day events. Explain yourself. The night and day event cards are used during the quest to change from night to day and vice versa. Yes. So when a night card comes out, what happens is it actually goes like over here, off of the top of the deck, and to remind you that it is now night for good. Until day comes. A secondary effect that interacts with the hero's powers, it's only applied when the card comes into play. When the first of the two events is resolved, the card must be placed beside the event deck and remains in play until the opposite event is drawn and resolved. Then it says, read and apply the night event effects described in the storybook. But the night and day. Oh, but there. I didn't see any of this stuff. Sorry, guys. Sorry to delay while I figure this out. I didn't see anything about night here. I definitely read the rules all the way through. I made a special effort because there was a lot of them. Except for the rules for making the game easier and harder. I just ignored all of those. I was like, I'm just going to play the standard version without modifying anything for now. Because this is already too much. Alright, well I don't see anything here about night. So I'm just going to press on. Because I didn't see anything about night. I have already applied the effect. This is the storybook, and it doesn't say anything about night for this scenario. There might be stuff on cards and things that trigger off of night. Who knows? But we'll wait for that to happen when it happens. In the meantime, it has really messed up my cooldowns, which really sucks. Oh, it sucks big time. I'm probably not going to be able to... Okay. So then this little guy here becomes poison 1. And then that's the end of the event phase. And we're moving back to the time phase, which begins with Maya taking a damage from poison and then trying to save against it. Come on, Maya, you can do it. Everyone believes in you and your powers. Doug Cooley says the rulebook index only covers the pretty useful 90% of the time. Yeah, it is. The index is actually very good by and large, which is good because there's a lot of rules. You really need it. Yeah, it's the shield again. That's lucky. I actually forgot what I was trying to roll for there. I was like, is the shield what I needed? Yes, it is. Alright, so then I get to flip my gemstones back over. So there's 1 and 2. And I am going to go first with Maya again, especially seeing as there's not a whole lot she can do now because all of her cool stuff is on cooldown. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to summon my illusion here. And I'm going to move it into the space with the nest so I can get +1 damage. I'll use my second action activity to focus because, quite frankly, I just need to kill this nest. So there's 1, 2. 1 from the illusion and 1 from the focus. And now we're going to blast it with the wand of darts with 2 blue dice. And then what I need is 3 damage to go through. Oh, get a star. I can't look. Oh, it's a complete miss again! It takes 1 damage. It takes 1 damage. Okay. That's it. I'm going to run forward and see what this waypoint is. I can't be waiting around forever to kill this egg. I'm mad now. 1-2. That's it. That's going to be the end of her turn after this. She has no more of anything going on. Come on, waypoint number 1. Let's find out what your deal is. Please be like something helpful. Oops. We're going into the Book of Secrets, folks. Several caves lead to dead ends, but in the distance the echo of running water resounds among the rocks, a harbinger of hope for the party. Thick webbing curtains the hero's view of what hides in the recesses of either side of the path. If you are not engaged and you want to remove the web, spend 1 action activity and go to 2.2. Well, I can't, because I have no more action activities. I spent 1 to summon the thingy, and I spent 1 to focus my attack, so... So that's that. Okay. I think I'm just going to have Jean smack the egg. Well, first the egg has to summon another baby, which is going to go and attach itself to Maya again. Please don't be 2 babies. I actually can't see that because of the lights. Oh, it's the goblin head. It finally didn't make a baby. Okay. So I guess Jean is going to move into here. I'm going to use my action activity to use Lay on Hands on myself, which means that I heal myself for 1 damage. So that's cleared up. And now I'm going to do an attack against the egg. Oh, the buckler doesn't have bash on it. I was just thinking if the buckler had bash, I could like smack the egg and also move it out of my space. Oh god, I've just got a bad feeling this is going to go horribly wrong. Oh god. Oh well. Here we go. 2 red dice. 1 red die and 3 blue dice. Come on, Jean. You can do it. Destroy that terrible egg. Kill it dead. I've got 1 action activity. No, I don't. I used Lay on Hands. I've got no action activities. Wow. Okay, so we've got all the stars and 4 damage. 1 is blocked, which means 3 goes through, which is more than enough to destroy it. Can I do anything with the stars? No. And I've got no lightning bolts. Not that it matters. I can't summon it. I don't need to reroll any dice. So she just wails on it. She's just crushes it. Good job, Jean. And now it's going to blow up and murder me. As a free action... Well, actually, as a free action, I can pick up this money unless I die. So I guess I'll leave it there for the moment. It also is going to kill my illusion. Alright, here we go. So this is the... Oh, and I get one of these, don't I? Actually, I should have got one of these when I killed the other nest as well, right? Yeah, so I should actually be on 3 of these soul points. I'm going to need them. Alright, here we go. This is the acid vapors. No lightning, no lightning, no lightning, no lightning, no lightning. I don't want to see the lightning, but just no lightning! So, I have rolled poison 1 and also 3 hits. So, I'm going to take the poison 1 regardless, which is not great because my healing spell is on major cooldown and I'm terrible at rolling saving throws with Jean. So, that's great. But I do block 1 damage with my inherent shield. So I've got 2 hits coming at me, which means I can roll both my blue dice on my armor as well. Here we go! Show me shields or lightnings. Well, that's cocked. But that's 1. And the other one goes through. So 1 damage is taken. Okay, well that's okay. That's okay. And then as a free action, I shall collect this money. Great. We did it. We took care of the nests, which means actually we've got just 1 giant spider to kill, and we've done our whole venture card as well. Great. Oh yeah. I forgot to track my tasks. Roll 3 stars during a single attack, a hit roll or defense roll. I don't know if I did that. I don't think so. I definitely had 2 at one point. And kill a red enemy. I definitely can't do that. What about you, Gene? What was yours? Successfully obtain a blessing. Nope. Reach soul rank 3. Nope. Okay. Moving on then. So that's the end of Gene's turn. And amazingly, there's no enemies to activate. Oh, this thing died. So, for once, that's just that. And we move into the event phase. Please be gentle. I don't like what I'm seeing. Oh, abandoned loot. Roll a red die. Ooh, could be good. So this is going to be for Jean, because, or in her area, because she was the last hero to act. So she's currently the active player. Show me the S's. The S's. What is that? Is that the S's? That looks like the S's. Oh, it is! It's the S's! So what is that? 1 treasure card in the active heroes area. So I had to shuffle the treasure deck at the beginning of the quest, which means that stupid mushroom's back in there. So I'm going to give it another quick shuffle. And hopefully the mushroom will be shuffled somewhere far away. Oh, Hexy Beast, I'm not writing on the card with a pen. Look, I put, I've sleeved them all, so I put stickers on the sleeve to write on. Because, yeah, I couldn't bring myself to do it. No, because it's not like a legacy game. It's like replayable, and these cards might come back around. You know? I don't know how you're going to do it at home with your own cards. Maybe you just scribble all over them. XB says, the digital version of Brass Birmingham came out today. That's cool. We should play that. I played it on the channel with Chris and Michael, and we got some rules wrong, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I've got the Kickstarter one, and I really, really like it. It's a really great game. Did you get extra dice to account for the ones you'll need to disintegrate with a hammer? Yes, Doug, exactly. That's why I ordered so many dice, so that I can identify which ones I hate the most and just smash them. Yeah. God, I need to retire some dice. Yeah, those eggs were tough, but we crushed them all in the end, and hey, at least the game's given us a nice treasure card, so that's good. Here we go. So, that's enough shuffling. Cut the deck, and I'll tell you what, chat. Let's go 1, 2, 3. All right. 1, 2, 3. Votes in chat. 1, 2, or 3. Which card shall we draw? 1, 2, or 3. Decide my fate. Jonathan, you can get Brass Digital. I'll definitely check it out. I don't. How much is it? Because it's one of those things where I'm like, it's the same issue I have with the Terraforming Mars Digital, which I got to play with Paul on Sunday, but I was kind of like, I mean, it's 50% off right now, so it's kind of an easy recommend, but also I do own the whole game. I always feel bad about buying these digital games that are just additional things to what I already own. It's why I haven't bought the Spirit Island digital app. You're safe until the big boss egg shows up. Eddie, I'm safe until the eggs start hiding behind doors. Card number 1, says Corey. Cool. Corey has determined our fate. Let's hope it's not under rain mushroom again. Some nice shiny armor? Okay. Wall of Fate. It's a consumable scroll usable by Jean. Place a wall token on one area's edge until time phase. Okay, so we can just create a wall. That could be really useful. I bet there's all kinds of cool strategic things you can do with this that I don't really understand. Unfortunately, you have to be soul rank 3 to use it. So, it is worth 30 coin, so we can sell it for money if we want. But for now, we'll just have to hang on to it. Jean can hold it for... Well, actually, it's supposed to go in her space. She has to pick it up as a free action, so... She'll grab that, I guess, next time. But at least, it's something. Alright, so that goes on top of the event deck. I'm deeply concerned about time. Speaking of time, it's back to the time phase. And we've got effects cleanup, so we're going to take a damage over here on Jean thanks to the poison, and now she's going to try to save against it. Show me a star! We did it! We've got the star. Good job, Jean. First time she's actually saved against poison. Alright. I feel like things are looking up. I also feel like I've barely touched this dungeon. Look how many tiles there are left. And I've already used up like half my time, I think. So that's bad. Alright. So that's poisons and stuff. So now we're doing cooldowns. So these are going to tick over to their side like that. This one's going to tick over to there. And how much does it cost to level up? I think we can afford to go up a soul rank with one character. Now that we've got 3 soul points. No, I think it's the value of the next soul rank cubed. Squared. So to go up to rank 2, you need 4. And we've got 3. So we're quite close. Tenner for Brass Birmingham. That might be worth it, I guess. But I guess everyone has to buy it. And then by the time you've all bought it, you've spent the cost of the physical game, which you could have bought to play with everyone. But of course, in this day and age, it's quite hard to get together. So the digital version may have advantages you would otherwise... you may get to play it when you otherwise wouldn't. Okay, so that's the time phase resolved. We're into the battle phase. I think we're going to start with Maya and just go exploring this web because I don't have much else to do. We've got 2 action activities. Yeah. So I guess let's start by resolving this thing now that we've got the action activities to do it. If you're not engaged and you want to remove the web, spend 1 action activity and go to the next story chapter. The white resinous shroud gives way under the hero's touch, revealing... So we're going to roll a blue die and go to the next chapter. Ooh, baby. Alright, here we go. Find something good, Maya. Please. A shield. That's probably good, right? A long-forgotten loot held tight in a dead man's grip. Place 1 loot token in the active hero's area and remove waypoint 1 from the board. Well, Now, remember, there are traps amongst these loot tokens, as we discovered in the last episode. So, it could still be no good. But you just don't know. I mean, I'm going to pick it up. So, come on. Come on, don't trap me, loot token. Be kind. Be kind to me. This one. So it's a free action to loot that. So I guess let's do that and see what happens. Please, no trap, no trap, no trap. Oh, come on! There's only one! I've drawn 3 of these so far, and 2 of them have been this trap token. This game has some kind of weird effect on me. It makes me want to hide under the table. I'm just gonna hang out under the table. This is actually really uncomfortable, and I don't think I can get back up. Nope, I'm stuck! And I fell over. I'm just gonna live down here now. On the floor. Mortal Cloud. Roll 1 red die. Based on the highest soul rank hero. Each hero within act areas suffers 1 hit point per hit rolled. This could kill her. I thought I was going to get nice treasure. Literally every other one of those tokens is nice treasure. Instead, now I might die. Damn it. I'm upset. Dungeons suck. Okay. Oh, actually, we can roll this over here. Well, at least she's not dead. That looks like a hit in a lightning bolt. Yeah. Hit in a lightning bolt. So, she ain't dead, but... 1 damage on each character. I mean, I'm not doing well, though. 1 hit point left on Maya. I could have had nice treasure. I could have had a bunch of crowns and nice treasure. Instead, it's Misery Town over here. Okay. I've still got lots of stuff to do. I've got no way of healing myself. So, I might as well just press on. So, 1 movement over here onto the story event. Story event 1. I mean, really, if an enemy spawns, I'm gonna be in big trouble because I'm probably just gonna get murdered. I'm gonna have to run off and hide behind Jean. Save me, Jean! And then Jean will be killed because she's only got 2 hit points. Oh my god. Hard board game is hard. The gallery leads to a vast stone vault which dances with reflections from the flowing water. An underground stream flows over a series of waist-high waterfalls, leading toward a placid pond at the cavern's heart. With a rhythmic growling noise, first a scale-covered head, and then a whole body of a tyrant lizard emerges from the pond. The gigantic reptile has razor-sharp talons and muscles so powerful it can climb the rocky walls. The beast's devilish as eyes rest upon the party for a few moments, and then, with a fluid motion and a terrifying screech, the lizard disappears into the shadows of one of the many galleries that open from this cavernous hall. Take 2 blue tyrant lizard enemy cards and shuffle them into the enemy deck. Okay, so just to be clear, these things are... I'm very surprised these have shown up already. These things are brutal. Oh, God. I say brutal, actually, you know. I mean, they are. They're terrible. But also, I suppose there's much worse. Oh, maybe I won't get to kill my final spider and complete my quest. Yeah, Doug, I do enjoy destroying legacy games when we're playing actual legacy games. But like I said, this one is, I think, sort of designed to be replayable. Like, you could get Venture Card 1 coming up literally every time you play. And to be fair, you don't really need it to be a card like this. You could, I think they have this card available on their website, so you can print off multiple copies of it and scribble all over them if you want. But, you know, I'm not going to start scribbling on the one that actually came with the game. So, I think this sleeve and sticker system is very good. Okay. Well, at least it didn't attack me right away, because I honestly would have died. I meant this trap token. Is there really just one trap token in here? That's the only one. That's the only one. I just want to make a good show. And everything's going wrong. Okay, place and connect the following map tiles as shown. Alright, we getting some new map tiles. Alright, we're gonna get a big old waterfall. Get out of here, minions. Alright, this is where I start to run into logistical problems. Okay, so there's actually a god shrine in here, which is great, because I'm certainly going to die. And it is active as well. So we can actually go up there and get a blessing as well. Although we have to spend a point for it, it might be worth it given how bad everything is going. Yeah, I need to rotate my map because I've not laid this out exactly as they have it in the book here. Oh god, the minute I go into that room, I'm going to spawn an enemy. It could be a harmless little spider that I could blow up with magic. Or it could be a murderous tyrant lizard who rips me apart. It could be a champion tyrant lizard with extra armor. Oh. So we've got another enemy spawn point as well, which is here. Wait, how have I done this wrong? What am I doing wrong? Oh god. Sorry guys. By virtue of holding... There we go. See, it comes with a puzzle minigame that you can play as you play. There's an enemy spawn point there. We've got waypoint X here in the pool. Random enemy spawn token. One of these is a champion. One of them is just a regular person. And they're there. So actually I can see that from where I'm standing. Except I've once again set up the puzzle wrong. Hold on. I was like, I can't see that. I'm not supposed to be able to see that. How can I see that? I can't see that. There we go. Now the puzzle is correct. So I can't see the shadow token. It's just here. Just out of sight. But the minute I step in the room, I'm going to reveal that shadow token. Which is a problem because there's also a nest over here. Another one. Good God. Come on. Give me a break. Well, I don't have this tile. Did I get the wrong tile out? Oops, I'm missing a tile. No, I'm not. Am I? No, wait, what do I got? Yeah, I'm missing a tile. Whoops. Be right back. I'm not going very far. Okay. And there's a little search token in here. Probably these are trapped too. I'd probably be better off just leaving that alone. Okay. Is that everything? There is a mystical magical barrier. I don't really understand. I was hoping that this would not come up in this scenario because I sort of understood the rules for this. I'm not 100% sure. This is called a one-sided barrier or something or other token. And it goes here. And I'm pretty sure what it means is that actually, I think this cave is supposed to be sort of like a cliff that you climb down, but you can't climb up the waterfall or something. Oh, do you think that this is a barrier? Yes, actually, I think that Hexy Beast is right, that this is actually a wall, which means actually I can move to here without seeing this token. The minute I get over here to the waterfall, though, I'm going to be able, or the river, I guess, I'm going to be able to see down to there. And then that's going to be a problem. Okay, I think that's more or less everything. We got the shadow token, we got the little X, we got the barrier and everything in place. So I think we've revealed the next part. But there's a little bit more to do. Place the spawn gate, waypoint X, the open shrine, barrier hindrance, it's called. One nest minion and one search area token. Okay, so now we're gonna get some more event cards as well. Where did I put the event deck? Here it is. So that's over there in the Discord. So it says get story event card number 2, card 7, which we're not going to look at because I don't know what it is yet. So that'll be a fun surprise. And card 11. Please be nice things. It's not going to be nice things, is it? But I've been so unlucky. Surely they'll... And then we shuffle these. So we don't know which one's which. Or where they are. Or what's happening. Or what's going on. We don't really know anything for sure. Now we're going to randomly put them out. One here. One here. And one right here. Spawn one enemy at the spawn gate. Oh, nuts. If there are 4 enemies, spawn 1 enemy. Place the story event card revealed side on top of the deck. Okay, so we get a bit more time. Okay, and that's it. So now we're going to spawn an enemy and hope it's not a tyrant lizard. Please be a remaining little spider friend. Oh, it's the tyrant lizard. Oh no, he is blue, which means he's harder than his friends. And I hate him. So he's assigned to Maya because she's the active player. God, I don't even have any spells or anything to cast. And I'm just kind of really sad about things right now. Which one are you? And he's got cloaking. He's a phantom. Sorry, it's a bit hard to know exactly where to hold this for this camera. He's a spooky, scary boy. And he's coming to get me. He's over here. So, what's his movement? I need their card. Sorry for the arm shot. Right. Here we go. Tyrant Lizard. What do you do? Okay. Tyrant Lizard monster. Attacks the player with the most health. Well, at least there's that. I think that's the most health. Alright, claws. 1 damage, 2 red dice, -1 armor. Don't like that. Tail. 2 hits, bash, and knockdown. Regenerate. In each time phase, heals 1 hit point per hero. No. Bite. Attack the victim with 2 hits and do a critical. Well, that just destroys Maya. She takes 3 damage. When she takes a critical, she takes another damage. And most criticals do an additional damage or reduce your hit points. So that's just straight up going to kill her. Luckily, at least I found the open respawn shrine. Because I got 3 points. I can come back to life, baby. Attack, yeah, leap. If there is a victim within one area, move to engage, and then unless save, the victim suffers KO. So it jumps around. It's got a 0 behavior. If engaged with 2+ heroes, attack them with tail. So that means hit them all with tail. If there's not 2+ heroes, attack with claws. So that's the primary weapon. If he's 1 away, use leap. And then that knocks down the enemy. And they have to save. If they don't save against knockdown, then it will use bite. And then it will also attack with claws. So, I mean, Maya would have a 50-50 chance of getting one-shotted by that. What's its movement? Well, actually, if I was stood up here, I would have line of sight to it, because I'd draw the line from here to here. So if I was stood up here, we would be 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces away, because it can't move over this barrier. I can't climb up the waterfall. So that would mean it would move 2 areas towards me, and that's it. I can deal with that. I might be able to walk up onto the cliff and shoot some magic at it. And then probably a venom will spawn and go 1, 2, 3 and attach itself to me and kill me. Because I only have 1 hit point left. Good God. And, of course, if Jean moves out here where the shrine is, she'll gain line of sight to the shadow token and will spawn probably another tyrant lizard or something. The first part of this should not have been this much of a struggle. This is already way harder. Oh my God. And my tummy's rumbling like crazy. I'm starving. Ah, gosh. All right. So I've actually, the thing is, I've actually only used one activity action so far, right? Which was, which was, to check the web and trap myself in a molten fucking mortal cloud of bullshit. Um, can someone also, and by someone, can someone who knows the game leave a comment down below to let me know whether I reshuffle those treasure tokens every time, or whether can I like not reshuffle the trap back in during this quest, please? Um, but so the reason I'm thinking about that is what I can do is potentially move out here with Maya, and then from here I can use the Wand of Darts on the Tyrant Lizard, and then because standing there would mean I'd get killed by a Venom, I could then use my remaining activity action to retreat one space back to here, or retreat up to here and check out whatever this event is, which is of course much riskier because I have one hit point. I think going back here is actually a preferable option because then potentially Jean can at least heal me a little bit as she runs past. But I'm kind of in a bad way until I get some of my weapons back as well. So I kind of need Jean to sort of move forward and do some stuff. But the good news is I'm going to have all of Maya's cooldowns back next turn. So potentially we can wipe out this Tyrant Lizard reasonably well. But I need to take out that egg again because these Venoms are just absolutely murderous. But I need to kill that Tyrant Lizard because I can't have this spawning something while this is alive. Because if this is the other Tyrant Lizard, it could... I mean, this could be a spider. Or it could be a champion Tyrant Lizard. And I can't take that risk. So, with this in mind, let's do just that. So we're going to move one forward with Maya. We're going to use the Wand of Darts on the Tyrant Lizard from here. So it's just 2 blue dice, and that's pretty much it. So it's not really much of anything, really, but it's something. Okay, here we go. So 2 blue dice with Wand of Darts. Show me a star and 2 hits, baby. Does it have armor? It has 1 armor. Complete whiff again. Absolutely nothing. Well, I'll use my second action activity to move back 1 space to here. And then it's enemy's turn. And so the Tyrant Lizard is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces from the nearest hero. So, I mean, actually, at the beginning of the turn, first the egg will spawn enemies. I'm going to crush all of these dice, and then the game's going to be unplayable. 1 Venom appears. And then this guy goes... He actually only goes 1, 2 to here. Which is kind of okay, I guess. So long as I don't come too close, he'll continue to sort of walk quite slowly towards me. Oh. If engaged, attack with claws, otherwise move 1 area again. Maybe I just run in there and smack him with Jean then. I think we just maybe hope Jean can murder it. Also, I think Jean should have had to roll again for her poison, actually, because it's night. Was it night when Jean healed her poison recently? Because she's got this, this despair disbenefit. I think it was. Oh, God. Okay. Hold on. I have to roll this or else Jean's still poisoned. Show me another star, please. No. I'll put that back. Okay. Right. So that's the lizard resolved. Then it's the venom who goes 1, 2, 3 to here. Okay. So now I've got a problem because I have to deal with that. Oh God, this is a problem. I was hoping that I could go in and kill the tyrant lizard. I mean, it's risky because it will spawn whatever. It'll spawn whatever that is, though. Which is problematic. But I kind of want to heal Maya on the way. But if I heal Maya on the way, I'll have to use my action activity to do it, which will mean I don't have enough space to get into this. I won't have enough movement to get into the space with the tyrant lizard because I've only got one activity action. So do I just leave Maya to die? Because if I kill the tyrant lizard, I mean, I'm banking a lot here. I'm basically banking on the fact that I can kill the tyrant lizard and then survive whatever that is. I mean, I don't know. The spiders are pretty fast, but Maya will die and have to resurrect next turn. But there's an open shrine now, so she can resurrect. I mean, the other option is I stop here and kill that. But then at the end of my turn, the tyrant lizard is going to leap on me. I'm definitely going to get knocked down. Which means it will bite me. Which means I'll take 2 hits and a critical. Which I can defend against, but I'll still take a crit. Which is bad. And then I will also take an attack with claws, which is probably going to kill me anyway. I really wish I could use this scroll. Just pick it up and make a wall right here. So yeah, I think it's better to let Maya die in the hopes I can just wipe out the tyrant lizard. I need to do 6 damage to it. What are the odds of that? Oh, but I can stun it. It's not immune to stun or anything, right? It's not immune to stun. It's resistant to slashing. I mean, and it's actually better to be in the space with the lizard anyway, because if I'm in its space, it just attacks me with claws. It's way deadlier when you're further from it, because then it jumps over and knocks you over and all kinds of horrible things. So, Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame about the venom, really. I mean, it's gonna spawn another one. I'm also gonna get hit by a venom, which is gonna cost me more damage. So, yeah, it's a shame that that attack with the wand missed, really, because if Maya had retreated one more space, then she would live. So, it's Jean's turn, and she's gonna pick up this treasure first, because why not, right? Wall of Fate. I can't use it. And then I'm going to go and do my movement. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Yep. I'm going to dash into the space with the tyrant lizard. And I'm going to smack it with my mace. Please be good. I really wish I'd had another action activity to focus here, but I don't. That's terrible. 3 misses. I do have 1 lightning, though, actually, which I can spend to reroll all 3 of these. Good night, Jonathan. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Oh, that's way better. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so we got 3 hits here, plus 2 lightning bolts. So we can use the 2 lightning bolts to stun it. And we've done 4 damage. And we've got a star I can't do anything with, unfortunately. So it takes 3 damage because it's got 1 armor. And it's stunned. Can't remember what stun does to enemies, but that's good. So I think it means it just doesn't activate on its next activation, which is great. And what did I say? 3 damage? Oh, but you know what I have to do, actually, before I even get to do this, is to reveal what this is, which is fine, because it's not gonna... Yep, it's a champion something. It's some kind of champion something. So this token here is the last one, the weakest thing. Okay, so please be the spider and not the other terrible lizard. Oh, come on, champion tyrant lizard. What is my luck? So this is also assigned to Maya. So we'll just put it here. I guess this is technically Maya's side of the board. And we'll flip over a enemy power for it. Please just be something lame. Oh, God. Wild pet. When this enemy... Oh, that's the wrong side. When this enemy enters play or obtains this, spawn the red-white tiger enemy in the same area. When the red-white tiger dies, remove it from the... This is a nemesis card. I mean, I'm fucked. The nemesis cards are brutally difficult. Why is this in here? I'm sure it just said you can just roll this. Okay, so this one's got a pet tiger, which is even worse than all of the other enemies. It's so bad, I don't even have it over at the table with me. Oh my god, what is this? I mean, it's a Velociraptor T-Rex thing, right? With its pet white tiger. Like, what is this horseshit? I probably shouldn't have put all of the Kickstarter cards in all at once. I didn't, to be fair. I didn't put the Nemesis cards in, but I guess this was one that was just like, shuffle it in with the Powers deck. There was a lot of like stuff that came with the Kickstarter where it was like, just pull these cards out of the box and just shuffle them into their appropriate decks. Like, you know, this treasure deck has an enormous amount of the Kickstarter cards and stuff in it. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that the white tiger and the Velociraptor would be friends, right? You can imagine. So I think this thing's basically unkillable for me. I mean, it's got, for a start, unless we're all in the same... So for a start, it's got its own power. So it's all inherently a champion. So I'm going to draw another card for it in a minute. It's resistant to all damage -1. It attacks with 3 blue dice. On a lightning... Oh no, it's defense is 3 blue dice. On a lightning, it gets a shield. On a star, it gets a shield, a parry. It's got 7 hit points. I guess we can assign this to Jean. Not that it really matters. It also, it's got this bite, which has this keyword on fall, where if that triggers, it lets enemies in the same area as it also attack. So it says, if engaged with just one hero, use capture, attack, bite. What's capture? Wait, what are its abilities? Feral senses. Can target any hidden, invisible, or untargetable hero, champion, or familiar. Protector. If any other enemy in its area suffers damage, all heroes in the same area suffer 2 hit points. If triggered, another enemy randomly chosen in the same area attacks this victim with its sword. Yep. That's on fall. If any other enemy in its area suffers damage, all heroes in the area suffer 2 HP. Right, so we have to kill this first, which is bad because it's really difficult to kill. I mean, this is GG, by the way. This is unkillable. If there's an area within 2 areas... If there's an area within 2 areas containing more enemies than this enemy's area, this enemy and its victim move there. So it actually just picks you up and carries you over to fight its enemies. Ambush. Move to engage the furthest hero who's alone in this area or with the fewest characters in this area. If no heroes are alone, regardless of line of sight, then attack with claws. So yeah, so I mean, it's gonna appear in Maya's space literally this turn. If no heroes who are alone in this area, regardless of line of sight, then attack with claws. Yeah, and claws, by the way, is 3 damage, 2 red dice, and on lightning points it does bleed 2. I can't deal with this. This is much too difficult for me to deal with. How do people win this game? Oh my god. What a shame. I really thought maybe I could resurrect and pull this back, and I was really pleased with my roll there. I forgot, of course, this lizard's going to regenerate 2 hit points at the beginning of the next time phase as well. Okay, here's an enemy power for the tiger. Revenge. If an attack deals damage but does not kill this enemy, attack the attacker with the main weapon, then move 1 area away. Of course, none of my attacks are going to kill it. It's got 7 hit points and it resists 1 damage every time. Does it have armor too? No, it doesn't, but it's got 3 blue dice and it's got a shitload of parry. I mean, yeah, it's unkillable. This thing is absolutely unstoppable. Watch now how it completely decimates me. And... oh my god. Okay. Right. So I also think like that's the end. I was so pleased with my stun. Pekka, don't laugh. It's not funny. It's tragic. Damn it. So that's got to be the end of Jean's turn. I mean, for the sake of I don't know what, I'm going to drink this healing potion, which heals 4 hit points. Because you never give up, never surrender, right? And then yeah, so then it's the enemy's turn. I'm pretty sure this one doesn't do anything because he's stunned. I'll just double check what the stun does for enemies. Enemies completely skip activation. Yeah, no reactions are allowed either. So he just doesn't do anything, but the token goes away. I mean, actually, I should activate these in the correct order. So we actually start with the white tiger because it's assigned to Jean and she's the active player. And we assigned the white tiger to Jean because she didn't have any creatures assigned to her. So the second tyrant lizard was assigned to Maya because the first tyrant lizard was assigned to Maya, and Maya was assigned that tyrant lizard because she discovered it. Or she was the active player when it was put on the board. The white tiger was assigned to Jean because it's not a tyrant lizard, and Jean didn't have any creatures assigned to her. She was also the active player as well, so it just all makes sense. So the white tiger is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces away. Also, we have to spawn one of these things, I think. Yep. So there's another venom out there as well. And then yep, so we're like 6 away. So the white tiger uses ambush. So it moves to engage, which means it just moves 2, and it moves up here and surprise attacks Maya. And if I had a illusion in that space with me, I actually would have a 50% chance of surviving here. Well, except then the venom would kill me. So I guess it doesn't really matter. And then it attacks with claws. So it's doing... so I do have 1 magic armor, which I always forget to put out for Maya. She should have 1 sort of magic armor here on her board, but hasn't actually come up yet. This is my first scenario, guys. My first mission on like beyond the beginner one which had 2 spiders. All right, so here we go. So the tiger does 5 damage and causes bleed 2, which is gonna murder me. But that also murders me. So I block 1 damage straight away with the magic armor. Does he have anything else? No, he doesn't trigger anything else. And then I get 1 blue die of defense. This is pointless because I'm dead. Which is... so I have actually rolled a star, which is 1 block. So I actually wind up taking only 3 damage. But that kills me. So, I mean... that was kind of a foregone conclusion. Pekka, I don't know. I've never played this before. Pekka's asking, this feels kind of hard for first scenario. Is this just bad luck? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it is bad luck to an extent. I know that drawing that trap token was really bad luck. And I feel like I got a bit unlucky as well with the opening event. That might have gone a bit more favorably. But I think this red tiger business is terribly bad luck. I might take the wild pet out of the deck going forward because there's no way I can deal with this creature right now. But they do say in the Nemesis set. So what the Nemesis set is it's a Kickstarter thing that comes with a red. So red is a class of enemy. The enemies escalate in difficulty. The green ones are the easiest, the blue ones are mid-tier, and the red ones are sort of elite enemies, harder enemies. And then there's a master class, which is purple enemies, and they're typically specific characters from the story of the game. You know, and they have their own sort of behavior patterns and special cards and things that they're going to use. Yeah, the Nemesis cards, they're Kickstarter extra. I think they're actually a retail expansion as well, so you can pick them up. But what they are is they're a red enemy version of all the heroes. So you can sort of fight like a sort of evil version of yourself. I don't know what the intention is. Perhaps it's like because the gods resurrected you. Maybe it's like your demons of your past coming back to fight you, like Anakin in the not Anakin, Luke in the Force Cave or something like that. But it comes with enemy cards for all of those characters, and you can shuffle them into the enemy deck whenever you want. It's literally like shuffle these enemy cards in if you want to make the Nemesis a potential enemy for this quest, you know? And then it may or may not show up. It probably will. You just don't know. And to be fair, it also comes with a bunch of sort of extra enemies of different classes as well that you can incorporate to sort of add diversity and more randomness and replayability to the quests. But it also says, like, don't maybe do that if this is your first time through and you're still getting the hang of the game. So, I guess what I didn't realize was that the white tiger here, which is one of the character's companions. Artemis, I think, is the hero. Artemis is like a ranger type character, and this is Dharma, her white tiger, who is apparently also available in addition to coming with Artemis's Nemesis card. Dharma the White Tiger is apparently also included as an enemy power card for fun. But, you know, there's a lot of the Kickstarter cards and things are included in these extra sets. And so when it's telling you to sort of unpack all the Kickstarter stuff, it's like, oh, you can just shuffle all the treasures into the treasure deck and shuffle all the enemy powers into the enemy power deck and all that kind of stuff. So, I just went ahead and shuffled it in without realizing that it was probably a bad idea. So I might, going after this, if we play again, I might go ahead and take it out. Suffice to say, now we get to find out what happens when you die. And that's fun, because I have actually read the rules for this, so I'm just going to grab a quick refresher here to make sure I do it correctly, because I haven't actually had to implement it yet. I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to have much chance to come back from this, but I mean, I can't kill this tiger. The fact is, like, there might have been some kind of fringe case where I kill the tiger, but this card makes it impossible, because I can't really hope to do more than 3 damage with a good attack of my characters at this stage in the game, which means at best I'm looking at 2, so I'm going to have to hit the enemy at least 3 times, and each time I hit it, it's going to hit me back with its attack, which does about 5 damage each time, which kills Maya straight up, and mostly kills Jean, and has a good chance of putting Bleed 2 on, which will finish off anyone who survives that attack. And quite frankly, I can only afford to resurrect 3 times, so that's not enough. So there. If a hero dies, they become ethereal. So, this is fun. But she's dead, and now she's back to ghost form. I do quite like that they have a little ghost miniature. Again, those are Kickstarter things, or I think you can pick them up at retail, I guess. I don't know if any of this is actually at retail yet. I don't think so. But like I said, she's actually from a Kickstarter pack anyway, or a retail pack. She's the alternate gender version of one of the Corset heroes. And then, so this, I mean, the ghost form of the heroes is one pack, and then the alternate gender ghost form heroes is another pack. So, all kinds of packs. Why am I taking that away? Oh, hey, you know, if I could kill this red enemy, then I could actually achieve one of my remembrance tasks. All I have to do is kill it. Easy. Okay, reduce your current soul rank by 1 to a minimum of 1. Ha! It's already 1. Alright, so then what happens is we flip over our Maya card to its ghost form side, and we have these new abilities. I think I talked about these in the first episode of this series, but, you know, I can use Soul Shout, so that can ignore the results. That's like a reaction thing. I can protect someone from 1 die within a roll. I can also recall, move 5, and fly. And that's basically to help me get to the shrine and resurrect as necessary. So I can't go down my soul rank, but if I had purchased a soul rank, that would be crushing. Discard all body conditions, modifiers, and effect tokens, so the bleed goes away, all the damage goes away, which, you know, is not actually a good thing. Oh yeah, then I drop everything, which is just my money, because I'm a ghost. If I had talents that were attached to my soul rank, if I'd lost the soul rank, I would have to give those up. I don't, because I'm level 1 and I didn't lose anything. We drop all of that stuff. Yeah, we get to keep the equipment we've got equipped, which is just the wand of darts and the knife at this stage. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's other stuff that might happen, but yeah, that's it. Maya's had her turn, so she's not going to be able to resurrect for like 2 turns anyway, and Jean will probably die next turn, so I think that this is game over. I can't even remember what I was doing. Right, I activated that thing, and now it's done. It ambushed Maya and killed her. This guy activates. Well, now we activate... Oh, I didn't draw an encounter card. Holy shit. Activate all red enemies. Ha! Otherwise, activate all lowest rank enemies. So I actually don't activate the Tyrant Lizard. I actually also forgot to draw an encounter card for that guy. But that's fine. We'll just pretend that whatever I drew would have activated him. He was the only monster on the board at the time. Yeah, this is the one thing that actually I keep forgetting. I keep going to the enemy phase and just going to activate all enemies. This is the only time, because all minions always activate. You always activate all minions, but you don't always activate all enemies. Excuse me, sorry. So there's a reprieve there, I suppose. However, I still have to activate the tiger. However, that does mean that this one's still stunned because he didn't get activated. Having said that, I can't deal with this tiger. And in any case, it's the end of the end of Jean's turn. It's her enemy phase, so this thing's going to move 1 over here and attach itself to her. And this one's going to go 1, 2, and actually also attach itself to her, so that's great. And then it's the event phase, and I'm just discarding this face-up card, and then I'm taking 2 damage from these 2 things attached to Jean, because she's already poisoned. And then it's the time phase, where we're going to start by taking 1 more damage from the poison, and then we roll to save, and if we pass, we have to re-roll, because it's night. It didn't pass anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then I guess these things still tick down, even though Maya's dead. That would be something good to have clarification on, but I actually think they might all just immediately come back when she resurrects. I'll have to check that. I'm going to tick them down anyway, just in case. And then, of course, we're actually supposed to refresh these gems as well. And then it's someone's turn. And the only thing I can really think to do is have Jean run over and... Oh, and of course the lizards, they heal, don't they? regenerate. In each time phase, heal 1 hit point per hero, so this lizard actually loses 2 of its health there. What's the white tiger's passive thing? Protect. If any other enemy in its area suffers damage, all heroes in the same area suffer 2 damage. So I think I should probably smack this lizard that's stunned in the hope of killing it. I mean, it seems like it doesn't matter, like, at all. But, you know, it's better than nothing, right? I managed to do 3 damage last turn, although I did pretty much do the best I could possibly do. But I could focus it. And at least if I kill it, that's one less thing to worry about. So, let's do... I mean, it's still stunned, actually. But you know what's going to happen is... Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to get killed by the tiger, so it doesn't matter. So let's see if we can kill a lizard. So I'll focus with my action, reaction, and then I will attack the lizard. Well, it's an amazing roll. Jean continues to nail it with her attacks. So I've got 5 damage, which kills it. Good job, Jean. I'm impressed with you. So the lizard's dead. For now. It drops 10 coins, which I can pick up as a free action because I'm not engaged. So I might as well do that. Yeah. Okay. And then that's the end of that story, really. This one becomes discarded. And we go back to the end of... Yeah, Jean's just got movement left. Maybe I just run away and hide? No, because the tiger's just going to warp to me. I might as well stay here. At least then I can benefit from Maya's soul shout to ignore one of the tiger's dice. Although it doesn't really matter, because the tiger does... It's going to bite me, right? Wait, what is it going to do at this range? Move to engage, attack with claws. If enemies control its area, use Onfall. Well, they won't. It'll be a tie. So it's just going to... Which is still awful. But we might as well... It's better than, actually, other stuff, I guess. Well, it might not move, actually. I must remember. First, we're going to roll... First, we're going to draw an encounter card. But I'm going to stay there. I don't see any point in moving. Activate all strength enemies, otherwise activate up to 2 enemies. Oh, interesting. So that means we're only activating the lizard. Huh. So the lizard's going to go 1... Well, how far is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces away. So it moves 3 areas, basically. Because it moves 2, can't get to me, moves 3. So it actually just moves to there. And that's it. This is really interesting. Okay, now I'm going to roll for the... well, actually, before the lizard moves, we roll for a venom. And actually don't get one. For once. We've rolled a very rare sword and sorcery symbol. What is happening? I thought I was immediately dead. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's the end of Jean's turn. And what's interesting now is it's actually Maya's turn. And I guess Maya moves to here. And then we skip the enemy turn because ghosts don't have enemy turns. So, huh. This is unexpected. I'm not dead. Oh my god. So surprised. Okay, well, I'm so surprised. I need to have a cup of coffee in a moment to clear my head. This game is nuts. What is happening? Okay, so it's the event phase, and all we're going to do, actually, in the event phase is to discard this card here, back over there. So we're going to get a new event card coming up at some point. And then it's back to the time phase. And so I'm going to roll... So Maya's going to take 1 more damage, which brings her down to 1 hit point. Which is bad. Then she's going to roll to save against poison twice. This night card is miserable. But I failed anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then this is going to come back. This is her ability. The Healing Wave is going to come back. Then I'm going to check the rulebook to see what happens when Maya resurrects. So, I spend 1 soul point to resurrect because I'm soul rank 1. And I come back as a hero, and then I just have a hero turn as normal. Flip that over. Back to Maya's illusionist side. Is that it? Do I have a, Does it say something here about flipping over your death? It's something... Cease all activated effects of powers. Non-passive power effects activated go in cooldown. Non-passive power cards activated go into cooldown, including summoned companions that die immediately. I don't really understand what that means, but I don't think I have a non-passive activated power card. Power cards continue to rotate and refresh during the time phase. Right, so I've done everything correctly. So yeah, maybe I'm not out of this just yet. Maybe there's a way to puzzle this out. I still don't... So you survived as a ghost. Yeah, Pekka, so there's this whole, like, respawn system, right? So what you saw there was, Maya get wiped out, and then she reappeared as a ghost, and then she was able to go over to the shrine here, the god shrine, which was only usable because it's active. It has an active and inactive side. In the retail version, these are tokens, but I've got the fancy Kickstarter, blah, blah. Anyway, it flipped, so this is already active because it told me to put it active. And if you start the round at a god shrine during the time phase, you can spend a point to reappear as a hero. So it's kind of like a respawn sort of ghost form thing. Think of like old World of Warcraft. Remember when you'd die in World of Warcraft, you'd come back as a ghost and you had to run back to your corpse? It's a bit like that, but you have to run back to a shrine. And as a ghost, you have like this one ability you can use to help out like a little bit. But you have to, I mean, it's kind of okay for me right now because I don't really have any items to drop and I don't have any soul ranks to lose. But this is like your level, right? Your hero level, and you can get up to level 4, I think, in the core set. Although there's 7 levels on this dial. I think the rest come in Act 2, which is the next wave of stuff. I haven't even got all the stuff for this yet. But every time you die, you lose a soul rank, which is crushing. Like, they're so expensive and hard to get. So, it's, for me right now, the penalty is largely reduced because my heroes are kind of rubbish. But when they get more powerful, dying will really suck, and I'll really want to avoid it if I can. So in a way, it's kind of a nice thing that they've done to 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 offset, I guess, the difficulty of the early missions, because like our friend was saying, the difficulty curve in the original game was a bit out of whack, where the early missions would be way more difficult, and then once you leveled up and powered up a bit, it got too easy, the game. So that's the main problem I think they've tried to solve with Ancient Chronicles. So I really hope they have, because I kind of hate that. But I was saying to Chris the other day that, or no, it wasn't actually Chris, it was another friend of mine, Drover, who played Mosaic with us. But I was saying to Drover that it was the hardest thing to balance in board games, the power curve of heroes, because you've kind of got this function where in a video game it's much more easy to balance, because what you do is you can scale up the enemy's AI and their behaviors and their powers using behind the scenes, coding and things like that you can't. That's much more difficult to do in a board game. It can be done, of course. You got like the behavior decks, which I think were sort of originally brought in by Kingdom Death Monster, but that are now very, very commonplace. You've got them in Gloomhaven, you've got them in Dark Souls, the board game. You got all these behavior decks and things like that. You've got AI programming on these cards here as well, but where you see it in like something like Massive Darkness had the same problem, where it's a dungeon crawler, but in a single scenario of Massive Darkness, it starts off really, really hard, and by the end it's far too easy because the power curve is off. You've become too powerful, and then the game ends with a kind of the opposite of a catharsis, right? Because what you want at the end is the toughest fight of the game. You want it to end with the big climactic finale where you fight the final boss, and it's really the toughest thing you've done the whole game, and you feel like everything you've done has led you up to that point. And then you're using all of the skills you've gained along the way to overcome this final challenge. That's what you want, but it's so hard to achieve because scaling the enemies up to be able to sort of feasibly combat you at that point is much more difficult in board games than it is in video games, like I said, because of the behind the scenes stuff. And Gloomhaven kind of gets around it by having your characters exhaust as you go. So as you get through the game, you have much less functionality, which, people criticize because it feels like at the end of a Gloomhaven dungeon run, you're less powerful than when you set out. So you haven't actually gained any power fighting your way to the end, which I don't mind, but it does make it feel more like a survival than a traditional sort of dungeon level up sort of type of experience. All of the leveling up in Gloomhaven happens between episodes, and you have all of your newfound power at its most heightened at the beginning of each episode. So again, it's kind of subverted that with its exhaustion mechanic, and it does make for cathartic endings, because as you see from the Jaws of the Lion game I played with Chris, every single mission ends with us like skin of our teeth pulling victory from the jaws of defeat, and it's so exciting. So I think it has actually succeeded there. And a good counterexample is Conan, the Monolith game, where a lot of the big enemies and things like that you fight in Conan, they just have abilities that shut down your character's powers. And it's really kind of miserable, because it's kind of like they get around your character's escalating power by shutting it down and just saying, well, now you can't use it, so you're weak again, and then that makes the enemy feel big and powerful, but it doesn't make you feel good, and it's not satisfying because you can't use all those things that you've acquired and built up. So what was the point of it even, so it's such a challenge, and I'm interested to see how they handle it here, because apparently they didn't do a good job in the first game. There we go. There was a little rant about that to take my mind off of this puzzle here. And actually, do you know what? I think I need a comfort break, guys. So, it's so late. But I didn't expect this to go on so long, and I didn't expect to still be doing it. I had no idea this dungeon was going to be so long. But don't worry, we'll stick it out. We'll get through it. But I'm going to quickly go to the thumbnail, and I'm going to be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Let's call it Wherever you are, half past. I'll be right back. Ooh. So we're back. And I'm just sitting puzzling this one out, guys. So I was having a look here at the... Can this be done? Right? I think I can probably kill the tyrant lizard this round. So... Oh, hang on. Oh, you guys, I've been fighting the harder version of the tiger. I've been fighting the dire white tiger. I should be fighting the regular white tiger. Uh, it's still kind of just as bad. It does marginally less damage. It still would have destroyed Maya. Yeah, there's two versions depending on what act you're in. So Wild Pet 1 summons the white tiger. Wild Pet 2 summons the dire white tiger, but that's only in Act 2, which is the after the core set. Now, I have to make sure that we don't all die, right? I don't want to spend all my soul points here, but if we both become ghosts at the same time, we're done for. But I think I can kill the tyrant lizard. The other thing I can also do, which I don't know if it's useful, is I can jump off the waterfall. Because of this barrier means essentially that I can't move from here to here, but I can move from here to here. So we can jump into the pool of water. I don't know if that's useful, because the tiger... I mean, it's only really good for putting distance between me and the lizard. But I do think whoever... I do think... I'm sort of struggling here a bit, because... I do think that Maya could actually kill the tyrant lizard on her own. Potentially. Its armor 1 sucks. But... it really depends what activates, right? But if I go first with Jean, I could smack the tyrant lizard and stun it. But the problem is then if the tiger activates... it's gonna go and claw Maya, which is probably gonna kill her. She should have a magic armor. This is gonna be really clutch. I don't think this is doable, but I don't want to give up just yet. So, let's see what happens. I think I'm gonna go first with Jean and try to stun the tyrant lizard, because that might mean that it activates and then just fails to activate, which means Maya can sort of begin unfettered. I think Jean's gonna die anyway. Which I'm kind of okay with, you know. Although I am, of course, worried about time as well. So, let's start with Jean. But she's probably not going to kill it, but she can almost certainly stun it. No worries, Pekka. I think, have a good night. And hopefully you'll be able to catch up on the stream later, maybe. Find out how it went in the feud against the tiger. Here we go. 1 into here. Yeah, it must be very late there if you're an hour ahead, actually. But yeah, I think we might be able to do it if we use our resurrections very carefully. We'll have to see. Fingers crossed. We just got to play well. But at least it isn't a tiger egg. Eddie, there's an egg that I still have to deal with also. Maybe I can get all the enemies piled in on the egg and blow the egg up and hurt them all with it. That'd be great. I should have taken Bash. But yeah, in all seriousness, so here we go. This is Maya's attack into no, sorry, Jean's attack into the dinosaur. Here we go. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. So, I think I'm going to live with this because I've got stun. It's not great because I've done less damage than I would have liked, but I've got on the mace here, I can spend 1 to reroll dice or 2 for stun. Unfortunately, this is just 1 hit and doesn't really do anything for me. The star and the hit don't really do much for me. And this shield is a complete waste. But if I spend 1 lightning bolt to reroll, I'll need to get 1 more lightning bolt because I've only got 1 here. So if I spend this lightning bolt to reroll, I'd reroll these 2, and I'd have to get at least 1 more lightning bolt. What are the odds of that? They're okay, but they're not great. So I think I take the stun and 2 damage. Which isn't too bad, honestly. So we'll stun the tyrant lizard. And we'll take 2 damage on it. And also, what I'm going to do as well, actually, because I have a action reaction remaining as well. What I'll do, I should have focused the attack really, which was a bit foolish, but I'll use lay on hands, I think. Even though I'm probably going to die to tiger attack. This will remove this and 2 damage. So at least I get rid of that poison for now. I mean, this is probably just going to spawn up venom in a minute, but you know, it's all protection against damage, and maybe it'll buy me a bit of more time before I have to resurrect inevitably anyway. So get rid of these dice, and I think that's the end of Jean's turn. So let's draw an encounter card, and hopefully it'll just be Tyrant Lizard activates. Activate all F enemies. Well, that's none of them. Otherwise, each enemy recharges 1 charge and heals 3 hit points per act. So actually, neither of them activate. This is Tiger's dexterity and he's strength. Okay, these encounter cards are super clutch. I definitely thought this was more of a foregone conclusion before I remembered those. But we are still going to have to roll for the egg. Which spawns 1 venom. Which then moves to attack whoever has the least hit points. They actually have equal hit points. Which means that it's going to target... That's the wrong book. If they have equal hit points... it's the most wounded first, which is actually Jean. I might have done that wrong on occasion because I was thinking it was fewest hit points. So it will attach itself to Jean. Damn it. Leave her alone, you monsters. And then she's done. So I've actually flipped that already, I guess. And now it's Maya's turn. I think we've got a real chance here to do something serious. So Maya steps in here next to the tyrant lizard, and she uses summon sparkles to summon her thing. And then I think we are going to start by... It's got armor 1. Need 3 damage. I think we can do this. If we're lucky, we can do this. I mean, we'll kill it anyway. But here we go. So, we're going to use Thunderstrike. So flip Thunderstrike over to show that we've used it. And then we're going to hit it, and we get +2 damage. 1 for the illusion, just being there, and +1 for having dominance, because we have twice as many figures as the enemy. And I've rolled 2 hits, which is 4 damage. It blocks 1 and dies. So we gain one more soul point. And it's dead. Alright, and the illusion's going to be important if the tiger attacks us. So, a tiger attacks Maya. Of course, if it attacks Jean, it's not really going to matter, but the tiger's preference for attacks is actually not listed here on the player aid. Irritatingly. The tiger's preference for attacks is, in fact, I think most wounded, which is actually a bummer. I think, no, it might be, I don't know. Let's find out. The highest hit points. So it's going to target Jean. It's always going to be targeting Jean, so I guess it doesn't matter then. Yes, so that's the end of that. Get out of here, this stuff. Okay, so that's into the discard pile, which we will have to reset if we need to spawn an enemy in camp. Wild pet card goes away as well, for now. And I've got one combat action left, that's the thing. Because I used one activity to spawn the illusion, and one to use the spell. So now I use the Wand of Darts on the tiger. It's not going to do much of anything, but it's worth it, because it's not like it can hit me back from over there. So it's range 3, so that's 1, 2, 3. Into its space, here we go. I'd like to roll a star, please. Oh, it's another complete whiff. Get rid of these dice. Get out of here. Go away. I'm gonna have new dice. Okay. So, that's it. I've got 2 points of movement left. Do I use them for anything? I don't know. Do I go and check on this event? I mean, I'm going to have to start doing this stuff as well. Do I really want to be in the same space? Does the tiger have things that let it attack people in the same space? Am I safer if I'm far away? Let's have a look. Should I be closer or farther away? So, I mean, it's got capture, so it actually literally picks people up and brings them over to its enemies as well. But if engaged with just one hero, right, so he's currently 3 from us. So it's going to use ambush. Ambush. Move to engage the furthest hero who's alone. If no heroes are alone... or the area with fewest heroes if no heroes are alone. So it's going to appear in our area and attack Jean with claws. And then it'll just use bite, basically, but it'll use onfall as well. Another enemy in the same area, randomly chosen, attacks the victim with its... So onfall, I believe, is not usable by the white tiger itself. I don't think that it can use its own onfall. I'm fairly certain. It says another enemy, and there won't be another enemy because I killed them all. Provided nothing spawns. And that's kind of my worry about going and checking this event. Say it's like spawn an enemy from the enemy deck, you know, and then I get like, well, it'll be the tiny spider, but you know, I don't really know how to deal with this tiger problem. So it's going to ambush regardless and bite Jean. So the question really is whether or not I want Maya to be in that space. The answer is kind of no, I don't. I'd rather her be... Well, no, if we are in that space, then we have dominance. So, yeah, might as well stay there. God, I really hope Jean survives this, or maybe the tiger just doesn't activate. Here we go. Encounter card. Activate all wounded enemies. Otherwise, all enemies and minions use their power. Okay, well that's ambush, so it just does what it was going to do anyway. What are the minions? Oh wow, the nest uses acid vapors. Which is fine because no one's in its area, although that's very close. There are no venoms yet. I mean, I assume you draw an encounter card before breeding. But I'm not 100% sure about that. In any case, that's resolved in the sense that now I'm going to roll for breeding. This is for the nest. It spits out another venom, which is going to go and get Maya. Not really much I can do about that. And then the tiger's going to ambush, so it comes in here. We're going to do a proper attack for it this time, which is going to be 2 damage and 2 red dice. And on lightning, it does bleed 1. So I really hope Jean can survive this. Alright, so we rolled S's and also hit, so that's not great for the tiger. That's 3 damage. I didn't actually do bleed either. It is claws, right? Yeah, ambush is claws. So I instinctively block, alright, I automatically block 1 with my armor, which means I've got 2 hits left coming in, and I've got 2 dice to defend with. These are brand new ones, although now I need the whiff roll. Those shields would be helpful now. And I got no shields at all. I did get 2 stars, which are also useless, so I take 2 damage. We're testing him. 1 and you're out. I've got too many dice. Fail once and you're fired. Okay. Right, so 2 damage on Jean. There it is. So she's down to 2 health now. So what I really need, actually... So that's actually not terrible. This venom is going to move 1 in here and attach itself to Maya at the end of the enemy phase, and that's it. And now we're on to event phase. So I'm going to get an event card here. Volcanic activity. For each area containing at least 1 character, roll 1 blue die. If hit, all characters in that area suffer KO and fire 1. I mean, I guess that also affects the tiger and the minions, because the thing can be set on fire. Okay. So I guess this is for the area containing literally everyone first. So let's see if we roll a hit for this. We did. That's got a hit on it. So the area takes... Or is it... all characters in that area are knocked down. This could actually be really good for me. I mean, the illusion's taken out, which is kind of a bummer. And then fire 1 on everyone. Just gonna kill Jean. No, barely. She's gonna hang in there. Fire 1 on the tiger as well. Okay, and then we're gonna roll for the so everyone's knocked over now. Having a little lie down. And now we're gonna roll for the egg. It's also a hit. That rolled right off camera, but is hit and lightning. I guess that's 1 damage, 1 fire on the nest as well. I'll figure out some way to slot this in here. There we go. Okay. And then the event card's put up here, and then... Oh, it is going to kill Jean. Shit. That's a disaster. Damn it. That's so upsetting. What bad luck. Okay, so this little guy, he goes away at the end of the round and poisons Jean. And this one poisons Maya. This is gonna kill me. I'm gonna die from these goddamn venoms. And there's not really going to be anything. Maya's not going to be able to survive around with that tiger, I don't think. So, here's what happens. We get to the time phase, and Jean takes 1 damage from the fire and 1 damage from the poison, and then she's killed. God damn it. So she becomes ghost form. Drops her scroll. And this, and this, and this, and this. All in the space here. I guess you can't be knocked down anymore. Because ghosts are flying, and you can't be knocked down if you're flying. Damn it, I was really excited to have like domination and bonuses. I thought maybe I could kill that tiger. I thought maybe I had it. And now I think Maya's going to die this turn, and that's going to be GG. I think that volcanic activity literally just killed my chances. So upsetting. Maya also takes 2 damage. The fire goes away, and we can roll for save on the poison. So let's see if we manage to pull that off. Come on, Maya. I believe in you. You can do it. Hey, she did it. She's great at that. Okay. Okay. So what I really need is basically for the tiger not to activate on Maya's turn. Which I don't think is going to happen. I don't think I'm going to get that lucky again. Because she's only gonna have 1 hit point. If she take a single attack from the tiger will kill her, because we're definitely gonna have a thing spawning. Oh yeah, and the egg takes 1 damage and then the fire goes out. Because we're definitely gonna have a venom spawning. It's gonna go on Maya. It's gonna kill her. It's not gonna kill her. It's gonna take her down to 1 hit point. So if God, nests suck. I hate these nests. They're the worst. It's gonna take her down to 1 hit point, and so if she takes 1 damage from anywhere else, she's basically dead. Does knockdown prevent reactions? Because I was really relying on Jean to stun the tiger, so it couldn't react with revenge. If it can react with revenge, then I'm really screwed. I can't attack it. But if it can't react with revenge while it's knocked down, then I could just wail on it, and I don't know if I can kill it, but I could do a good bit of damage. Yeah, that's heroes though. What about enemies? How does enemy KO differ from hero KO? Yep. It doesn't say. Yeah. Cannot perform combat activities. Counts as having 0 armor. Counts as 0 for domination. To move, must first remove the KO activity. The KO condition. Basically, the answer is no. It can still use reactions. So, damn it, I needed it to... Wait, what does slow do? Does slow prevent reactions? I don't think so. I can slow it. But I really needed Maya's stun to stun the tiger so it couldn't react. Because I know when it's stunned, it definitely can't react. Oh, the puzzle! The puzzle. Okay, we're slow. A slowed enemy will select its behavior role as usual, but yeah. Slowed enemies can perform reactions. Okay, so the only action really is for me to get out of the space. Which is still reasonable because, wait, does knockdown bypass its armored dice, though? Or does it still get armored dice? Oh my god, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry for looking all this up. I'm just trying to solve a puzzle that I think may be unsolvable. Because, I mean, if I can knock down and stun the tiger simultaneously, then maybe I can kill it, but I need everyone to be alive to do that. And that's kind of the problem I'm having at the moment. Everyone's dead. All the time. Because of these damn venoms. No, armor value is ignored, but you still gain your... oh, the tiger takes 1 damage from the fire as well. I forgot about that. Armor value is ignored, but you still get your defense dice. So actually, the tiger's knockdown is kind of irrelevant anyway. Okay, that's fine. So I might as well go first with Jean here anyway. Oh, but first I should do cooldowns. So that's fine. I just get this back, and I can flip this back over like that. And then we're done, I think, for the time phase. So we might as well begin with Jean, because she's really only got 2 things to do. She's going to flip this over, and then she's going to move over here. And get ready to resurrect next turn. Sorry. Wow. Jean's sole shout is that she can heal up to 3 target heroes 1 hit point. So she uses her soul shout to heal Maya, and then she walks over to the shrine to resurrect next turn. Now Maya's just got to survive until then on 1 hit point. I mean, she's got 3 hit points now, but she's going to get a venom. So we just kind of have to hope the tiger doesn't activate. And standing up from KO, I think I just spend 1 movement point to do it. So I think I can just sort of stand up and then move away. Which should be fine. But I'm concerned that if I can't move, the tiger's just going to revenge me to death. Basically, if I want to attack it at all now, I have to get out of its space. Which is kind of a shame, really, because I wanted to use the combo of my thunder and stuff, but I need to kind of summon my... Actually, do you know what? I could summon my illusion and keep it in the same space with me. But I'm going to do so little damage to the tiger. This is the problem. I need a domination over the tiger. Jean could have done a really good attack this turn if she'd survived, because I would have had domination, and I could have stunned the tiger, and then Maya could have just stayed in its space, stabbing at it, and magicking it, and it couldn't have attacked her back with revenge, which would have been great. 1 movement point. Yeah. Or dashing. So, Jean's done anyway. She did all of her business. She can't do anything else. So, Maya stands up for 1 point of movement, and now if I don't want to... if I don't want to stay there, I'm going to have to move immediately. So I guess I'm going to go 1-2 back to here and see what this event is, just because I'm also conscientious I'm running out of time, and I want to use my movement for something at least. So let's go ahead and grab this event. Cloaked enemy. Each hero must... Oh, God. It's an enemy spawn, just like I said it might be. Oh, God. Dreadful. That's GG. I just said each hero must roll 3 red dice and spawn and then activate 1 enemy in the same area as the hero who rolled the most goblins. In the case of a tie, roll again. Spawn and then activate. God, that's miserable. And I guess I just discard that. Well, it doesn't matter, because even if I roll 0, each hero... It doesn't say each living hero. So this is for Maya, I guess. She gets 0. And then for Jean... Does she count as a hero when she's dead? I'm going to have to look that up in a minute. Well, she got 0 as well. Maya's got 0, and Jean's got 1. It's going to be Jean if she counts as a hero. If she doesn't, then I'll just spawn it on Maya, because obviously. Do you stop counting as a hero when you're a ghost? Come on, game. Stop throwing me these curveballs. And also, this was really mean of you, game. I just wanted to get away from the tiger and the venom. I didn't get away from the venom. I didn't move far enough. But I was paranoid about spending so much time. I ran out of it, because there's still tiles I haven't even... Look how many tiles I haven't even discovered yet. How on earth you're supposed to do this fast enough? I have no idea. Well, I think it would have been fine, actually. Now that I think about it, it probably would have been fine if I hadn't spawned an impossible tiger. Sorry, I even know what page it is. I don't know why I'm flipping through the book. He still continues to count as a hero for event spawn formulas. So I'm going to assume that yes. Well, that means that our final spider has appeared here in Jean's space. Because this is going to be the spider. And now we have to activate it, which kind of sucks. So I guess this is assigned... This is actually assigned to Maya, because she's the active player and she has no monsters assigned to her. So it's 1, 2, 3 spaces from her. This is going to move 1 towards her. And then attack her with web. Which is 1 damage and 3 blue dice and could do slow. And that will just end my turn and I'll probably just die. God, Eddie, yeah, this is rough, isn't it? Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad I'm not all by myself here, suffering this horror. I reckon if I hadn't spawned this tiger, this might have actually been more doable. I mean, I'm not giving up yet. I'm actually doing slightly better than I thought I would be, but still, god damn. Alright, so that's quite good. The spider's missed with these 2, but it did get the star, so it has cast slow on us, which I think means we've just ended our turn, basically. Yeah, that's 2 damage on the 3 blue dice and slow. Yeah, damn it. So we block 1 damage with this, and then we, sorry to show you, Maya gets to block 1 with her magic armor. That goes away for now, and then she gets 1 blue die in defense as well. And if we get a star, then we can block another hit. But we didn't. Oh, but that counts as a shield anyway. So that's fine. We've blocked 1. We've blocked all the damage then, so we've just taken slow, but that might as well be death. Only 1 single activity is allowed during your turn. So, I mean, that's it, yeah. Because I've already moved. So I guess, man, I had so much cool stuff. I didn't do an attack. I had 3 potential attacks. I needed to summon that illusion. Why didn't I summon the illusion? I'm so upset with myself. How could I have known it was a surprise spider? I mean, I said that it probably was, but I also quietly sort of optimistically hoped that the game wouldn't keep dicking me over like this. Alright, I think Maya's gonna die. Let's find out what this encounter card is. If this kills her, GG. If this activates the tiger, GG, I think. Activate up to 2 enemies. Oh, that's the worst possible card. So we actually activate the spider first because it's attached to Maya. So it's 2 spaces away, so it attacks her with web. Yeah, she's gonna die for sure. So, I mean, again, like, it's not done a whole ton of damage. It's kind of whiffed out. Which is good, because these dice kept whiffing out from me. But that's 2 damage, and slow, but she can't suffer slow again. So she actually just takes an additional damage. So unless I roll a block here, I'm dead. Oh no, she doesn't have slow, so she is actually slowed again. Yeah, she got rid of it. So she's slowed, and let's see if we can block some damage. We can. So we got 1 block. So we're taking 1 damage, so that's 2. Taking 2. I mean, it doesn't matter. That tiger's going to murder us. It's going to murder us. And then after web, if the victim is slowed and there are no other heroes in its area, move to engage. I'm going to get you. And use entrap. So entrap is knock down the victim unless they knock down the victim and then unless they roll a save. Oh god. Well, I mean, we don't have any armor anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that much being knocked down. But I did not roll a save, so I also suffer damage, so I'm down to 1 hit point. There's no way this tiger doesn't kill me. I don't know how. I can't survive it. I'm sure I'm dead. If only I had the illusion might have soaked someone. There's a 50% chance the illusion just sacrifices itself, and I missed the whole attack. So the tiger could have just showed up and killed my illusion. That's such bad luck. Okay. But I'm learning. I'm learning how to play. I'm going to read the fail chapter, though, and it's going to be like, you're done. You can never play again. Okay, so now we activate the tiger. It just gets up. It's happy to just stand up. And then it's 2 away, so it's going to activate its behavior, which is move to engage, attack with claws. If enemies are in the areas of... Yeah, so it's going to activate the spider to attack again as well. Not that I'm going to survive the claw attack, though. So it comes in, and it's just like, I'm going to get you 2 damage and 2 red dice. Yeah, and bleed 1. I actually can't survive this. I will die in the time phase, even if I mean, we'll see. 2 damage plus 2 red dice. That's 3 damage. I can at best block 1. I take 2, and Maya dies also. Man, I shouldn't have walked down that corridor. If I just stopped here, I could have summoned the illusion. We could have blasted the tiger a couple of times, waited it out on 1 hit point for Jean to come back. Possibly we could have... Oh, God. But I was really worried because this deck was like, 4 cards left, and there's a whole bunch of tiles over here I haven't even discovered yet. Like, how big are these maps? How long do these sort of take? I have no concept of whether or not I had enough time left or not, Like, I don't know how much time I'd used. I still had to kill that egg as well. Yeah, Eddie, I should have brought some catnip for the tiger. I mean, the tiger, maybe I could have befriended it. It could have become friend tiger instead of murderous death tiger. All right, well, let's read the fail state chapter, and then we can think about what we want to do going forward with this series. It might just be like, well, you're done. Oh, right, it's here in the... hang on, let me check the book here. The legend begins, it says. And then 2 quests. First real quest, it ends. Alright, here we go. Too much time spent roaming the labyrinthine galleries has sapped the hero's morale, and the creatures lurking in the shadows have weakened their strength. Next, travel in the Underrain map back to the underground caves. So it just says do it over. But I think there's like some horrible punishment if you end with everyone dead as well. Let me just have a quick look here. Sorry, everybody who's watching at home. I'm being slow. What happens when we die? Yep. If the quest ends while a hero is in Ghost Soul form, you must permanently discard an equipped card selected at random. This means gather all equipped cards and then randomly pick one. The discarded card returns to the appropriate deck. I mean, at this point, that means I'll lose one weapon on each character. If Jean loses her mace, I dare say this would be unwinnable. As a scenario. Like, the thing is, I picked these weapons, but I don't think there's actually any replacements in the stash either. Is there anything else Jean can use? No. So if Jean loses her mace, I mean, if Maya loses the Wand of Darts, she'll be forced to use the knife the whole time. I've only got 2 items on each character. So, I'm not really sure where to go from here, but if I follow the rules of the game, I think the campaign is over. Well, Eddie, you say that take the cards out for sure about the tiger card. I actually think I did make a mistake when I first looked at the tiger card. Of course, I was looking at the dire tiger rather than the regular one. I feel like even though it's red, I feel like because of where it attacked me, I could possibly have won this. But only because I took out the tyrant lizards when I did. But it turned it from something that should have been reasonably doable into something that was super clutch and hanging on a knife edge. And it was possibly still recoverable right up until I spawned the spider. And because the spider activated immediately... and that volcanic activity, actually, it was those back-to-back. Like, I was actually in a really good place when I pulled that volcanic activity card, because Maya was about to do the big stun on the tiger. The stun on the tiger would have... I think she could have pulled it off with her mace. It wouldn't require that much luck. The odds, I think, were in my favor there. And then, if she'd stunned the tiger, Maya could have knocked it over with Thunderstrike. Not that that really helps at all. But then... we would have had dominance on it. She could have had like +2 damage to each attack. We might have been able to kill it that round if it wasn't for volcanic activity, which obviously knocked everyone over. But that wasn't the big problem. The big problem was that it killed Jean, where she would have been left on 1 hit point. She was left on 0. She had exactly the right damage to kill her. So that was just really unfortunate that came out at that time. And I mean, and that's kind of my experience of this, based on what's happened here. Is that it does feel like there's a lot of luck involved in the game, despite the fact that it's also very, very cognitive. Having read through the rules, I was worried that they were going to be too intricate to really feel tactical. Or I was worried that the strategic elements of the game would feel a lot like you're just kind of mitigating for the... how do I put this? You're just kind of mitigating for the intricacies of the game, or the bad luck. I mean, the fact is, like, I still feel like, even though I think I actually had pretty horrible luck in this particular scenario, like, I got ambushed by that first enemy, and then I found a treasure, which turned out to be a trap, which is like a 1 in 6 chance or something like that. And then I had an enemy that spawned an elite enemy. I mean, it was pretty much just full-on bad luck the whole way through. I feel like there was something else over here or something else when I was down here that was also bad luck, not just the treasure, but yeah, something. Anyway, so I mean, it's nice that despite all of that, it wasn't right up until the sort of it took a lot of bad luck compounding to actually feel like the game was completely lost, which was nice. But it did feel like maybe it was somewhat more of a challenge than it ought to have been. I do think those eggs are really, really tough. Maybe next time I should just barrel in with Jean and just crush them, rather than sort of slowly picking them apart with Maya's ranged attacks. The Knight card came out at exactly the wrong time as well, because everything was on cooldown. If nothing had been on cooldown when that came out, it would have had much less of an effect. But yeah, my inclination is just to reset it back to my first... where I was before I started and just have another go. But yeah, maybe taking out the Tiger card, Eddie, I think that might be a good shout. I'm tempted to leave it in, though, just... I don't know why. I don't know why. There's a challenge set as well, because all the enemies come in these two different difficulties, blue and green. You can get this challenge set which provides you with blue versions of the green enemies and green versions of the blue enemies, and then you can shuffle those into the enemy decks for each scenario, so it tells you how to do that. And in that way you can get a bit more randomness. And I kind of feel like maybe you need to go full random, or like no, or like minimum random. Do you know what I mean? It almost feels like the more, because I guess the more random you have, the more likely it is to average out over time, I suppose. Although I don't know about this one. Like, it did feel awfully like a lot of compounding bad luck, but oh yeah, uncursing the dice. Yeah, Eddie, that's another thing. Well, I think those blue dice might just be pretty terrible. I think they are pretty much like 50% shields, because they are like defense and attack. So you can see there's 2 shields out of. Oh, these are D10s. I thought they were D8s. So that's 4 and 10 for defense on this. Huh. I don't know why I thought they were D8s. They're clearly D10s. My brain is just gone. But I guess my my final... Ooh, hello. My final sort of thought here is that I would be interested in trying it again. I'm not ready to write it off just yet. My inclination, rather than discarding my basic equipment, and I feel like there maybe should be a rule that says don't discard your equipment if it's stash equipment. But my inclination would be to just reset the game to where I was when I began this and just try it again. I do feel like, that one of the reasons I'm probably quite forgiving of the bad luck here is because I didn't have much to lose, because I haven't made any progress. If we were, say, 3 or 4 more quests in, and I had these tricked out heroes, I had all of this equipment, and then I had some horrible bad luck, and I wound up losing a bunch of soul ranks and a whole ton of equipment all in one quest, that could really set you back. I mean, it's kind of this damned if you do, damned if you don't. Chris always says that Gloomhaven is a poor design because when you die, or when you fail a mission, you get to keep some stuff. So when you come back, it's easier. So you're not really punished for failing. In fact, you're kind of rewarded. I disagree with that. I think that the punishment is having to repeat the adventure. Having to repeat that is punishment enough. And I also think that it's nice that you're given a little bit of a reward to help you in case, the difficulty was too high. Now at least you can use that slight reward to help you overcome the challenge. And, if you really want to be a purist about it, just don't use the reward until after you beat it. If it's, I think it's gold you get or something like that. I can't remember exactly. Because I've never actually failed Gloomhaven on the board game. I've only failed in the Guildmaster app, and I can't remember what happened in that. But I think here, I'm worried that it's a little too much the other way. Like, if you die, you know, you wind up losing a bunch of soul ranks, and it seems like soul points are quite hard to come by. Although I don't know, because it's still early days. But you lose a bunch of soul ranks, and you lose potentially crucial equipment. Like, if you got some treasure card, like really good treasure card at random out of that deck, and it was kind of like holding you together, and then you just lost that, that would set you back so far. So we'll have to see. But at this stage, my inclination is just kind of to reset it to back to where I was and try again. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you would like to see that, leave a comment down below to let me know. If you'd like to see me do another more Ancient Chronicles, leave a comment down below. I feel like at this stage, for the patrons who are interested in seeing this, who voted for it on the channel, I think these 3 episodes have given you a very good insight into what this game is and what it's all about. So if you're not interested in seeing any more of the series, then I'll move on to something else. But if you do want to see more of the series, leave a comment, let me know. Let me know how you think I should proceed from here. Like I said, I'm inclined to just reset and try again. So we shall see how things develop. But I'm not put off the game, and I would be interested in playing it some more. But thanks everyone so much for joining us. Eddie seems to be supportive of the idea of trying again and having a reset. So thanks, Eddie. I'm glad you like that idea. But thanks everyone so much for watching the show and for joining me on these adventures. And I really hope you've enjoyed it. And I will be back on Wednesday with Chris. We'll probably do 6 Siege again, I think. See if we can clean up some of those rules and make up our minds about what we sort of feel about that in the end. But that's it for me for now. It's very late here. I'm going to bed. But have a good night, everyone. Have a wonderful week. And if you're watching this in the future, I hope you're having a good time. If you want to have a say in what we play, if you want to yell at me to play more Ancient Chronicles, please consider supporting the channel on Patreon. We couldn't make this content without the wonderful support of all of our patrons on Patreon, who are helping to keep the content going and making sure we have the technology we need to do that, and also allow us to be vocal about our opinions and unbiased in our thoughts. So really, without them, we wouldn't be able to produce the content we produce the way we want to produce it. So can't thank them enough. And with that in mind, let's roll the credits and see you all soon. Bye for now.